still not viewed. Oh, I'm out of estrogen. I don't have the boob pills anymore. I'm boobless. Boobless. I am boobless. I am without the boobs. The boobs have abandoned me. The boob lords. Unfortunate. It is unfortunate. You know? It is sort of what it is. I hope he contacts me tomorrow. I can't believe wait, hold on. When was... I started running out of estrogen on the Transvisibility Day of all days. Video game soundtrack. What is this? What is this? What is this propaganda? We've got a few topics for today. Big topics. US topics for those who are in the US. Interesting. Very interesting. Very fascinating. Let me see. Adverting myself, I was just thinking of doing the cathedral thing. Hold on, wait, what's happening? Oh. It's nothing. It's okay. I have to get some water for a change. I just saw something sad and it put me in a sad mode. You know? Let's have some relaxing atmosphere for a while before moving on to topics. I want to show you the most relaxing thing. It's nothing. It's for the best that you have not seen it. Look, the most relaxing game. Why isn't it visible here? Hold on. Hold on a moment. Why isn't it showing? Oh, okay. Okay, let's relax for a bit. That's right. We're gonna relax for a bit before we move on. Where's the... Okay. Look, we're just gonna have nice, relaxing conversations.
Hi, Andre. Hello, Georgie.
The audio's a bit wacky.
What do you make of this cup, Andre? It's a 14th century communion vessel. Spanish, probably. Did I show you this gem? Yes, you did. What do you make of this ID card? Nothing. Does this matchbook mean anything to you? Alamut is the name of the place where the Hashashin were based. Where is it? Somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on modern geography, I'm afraid. The most recent map I have shows America as an English colony.
Oh gosh.
What do you make of this tool? Interesting. Where did you get it? From a dig in Paris. Vraiment? I didn't realize there were any excavations in progress in the city. I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre. Not now, Georgie. What does this tissue mean to you? Nothing.
That's a typical point-and-click adventure experience. Okay, a lot of conversations. But it's sort of...
Take a look at this nose, Labino. It really doesn't interest me, Georgie.
Oh no.
Does the guy in this photograph look familiar to you? No.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Do you recognize this white powder, Andre? No. Thanks for your help, Andre. You're welcome.
So I point and click, and the character goes.
Leave it alone. That closet is over 3,000 years old.
Closet?
Closet? It's a sarcophagus.
Closet. I like hash, that's why I do that.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill. And the fat falls on the open flame.
Oh my
The
gosh.
amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled. And it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
My gosh. Sounds like something a vegan would say. Doesn't it? My gosh. I'm stuck, so we might have to finish this soon. Unfortunately. Unless someone has any idea and can help me. You know? Cool game, never played it. Okay, we'll try to get unstuck. I will do my best to get unstuck. Try to get a game over. That's impossible in a point and click game. There is no game over, unfortunately. Karasu hates point and click games, by the way. Just saying. Karasu despises this genre. That's what she said. Karasu said, I hate point and click games with all my soul.
There was nothing of interest. It smelled like someone had dumped a truckload of fish in a locker room on a hot summer afternoon.
I think there are some game overs in Monkey Island games, fair enough. There you go, Karasu admitted that she hates these games. With a passion. Like Passion of the Christ. Wait, hold on. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I don't like getting stuck in those games. It's unpleasant. I have to admit that it is not pleasant to get stuck in these. Sometimes I feel like the solutions to some of the puzzles are just random. It's not true. I mean, that's how I feel.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur?
Assault.
Where is the victim?
I'm the victim.
I'm
I've been
the victim.
harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the hotel Ubu.
Alleged.
They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
True, get him. It's not true that you say I hate them. That is the
See you later, Sergeant.
that is the impression that I got. I got the impression that you're just like, oh, I hate these games. And I'm stuck right now, which is not good for audience. I have a feeling that I'm supposed to do something here.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack.
Yes, I'm gonna try everything now. There are a few Monkey Island games. Oh no, my only hope. Ah, buzzer didn't work. Oh. Oh. Why did I think this would work?
I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain.
I have a feeling that you should be doing something here, but I just have no clue what.
A scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. I could see that what had at first seemed to be a fine engraved chasing on the scroll was actually writing. Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. Sounds pretty familiar to me. Per disciplinum... A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty optimistic, I guess.
True, optimism is your big trait.
A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling.
A stone.
Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. A stone knight. A stone... I wondered if this guy had died in combat. A knight, there in the company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess.
Would have sworn there was a hog here somewhere. It appeared for a split second.
I didn't have time to sit around.
There has... Hello, Maya Mayor. If anybody knows what I should do now, speak up. Speak up. Look, Ukraine is still whole, and it has Crimea. See? So what I do with point and click games, yes? Uninstall them. Oh wow. So what, are you suggesting for me to just uninstall this game now? And play something else, or just get to the topics? But I wanted to relax a bit. People like you made the genre die when it did. You made the genre die. You killed the genre. Wait, what did that do? I just did something new.
No, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Wait, what did this do?
No, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
What did I do? It's okay. Oh wait, hold on. I know. Yes, okay, I get it. I think I know what to do. Okay, let's try this. When he's busy. I'll get to the sarcophagus. Maybe. Right? This is what I'm supposed to do? It is! Oh wow. Okay, I think I got unstuck.
It is closing time, Monsieur
Yes.
Lobino.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, monsieur.
Eh bien.
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the? Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
What the hell? What was that? Oh my gosh.
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor Georges.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah,
But the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod.
Okay, there you go.
I'd better get back to the quest.
Wait, what? No. Oh, I got it. Right, it's mine now. Do I get to go abroad now? No. So what do I do now? Oh, I got unstuck. Beautiful. Hold on. I'm saving the game. Oh my god, bonjour. Wow, I randomly got unstuck. I can't believe this. Hold on.
It was a simple but elegant tripod made of metal, with traces of colored enamel still visible in places.
And now I'm stuck again. Because that is how these games work. You never know what you can use in these games.
Maybe.
Okay. Oh?
Hey, you with the balls.
Got some balls.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No! I am a jongleur!
A jungler? What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contragravitic aeroballetic mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crownheads of Europe had the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the monarchs turned in their hours of need.
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders, plague ravages the land, and the peasants are revolting. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler to throw his balls around. I don't think so.
Balls? You got balls.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, their last Grand Master, Jacques du Molay, was burnt on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated for a juggler.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my guest.
Oh my gosh.
I had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be? A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult.
That was obviously an idiot.
Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not.
Sheesh.
Hi again.
Oui? What is it this time?
I've got a medieval tripod.
And my Uncle Claude has hemorrhoids. So what?
Feast your eyes on this.
Incroyable. Is it real?
I think so.
Some people believe that great gems always have curses upon them.
Curses.
Oh, that's garbage. Although, now that I think about it,
both of the people who had this before me disappeared in mysterious circumstances. And the guy who was supposed to get this
It's dead.
was shot and then murdered in his hospital bed. Do you
That's
want it?
true.
No, thank
Do
you.
you want it? Do you want it? Do you want it? Hey. What does that mean, Rizzles? What does that mean?
Does this chalice mean anything to you?
It is very badly designed. I would not wish to drink from such a vessel.
You're not gonna get the chance, Buster. Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You steal lab passes?
No. Well, not as a habit. This was a special case.
Oh my god. This is a classic
Does this
game.
matchbook mean anything to you?
You smoke.
No, I don't.
In that case, it means nothing to me.
This gadget is a sewer key.
I do not want it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not selling it. I just wanted your opinion.
It is hardly my area of expertise.
It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands.
True.
Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
It looks like one of mine, or at least another jongleur.
Or a clown?
Mais naturellement, a clown.
Hardly a breakthrough. Look, a red nose.
Ah, you are a clown.
A clown?
No, if so, you would be a much better jongleur.
For a moment, an idea capered around near the spotlight of my attention, but fell down the pothole of abstraction before I could focus on it.
That's true. All buildings are nice.
Have you seen this man before?
No,
What? What do we mean, Lucy? What is this? What does Rizzle mean?
Does this plaster interest you?
well,
Forget it. Forget that I asked. Catch you later.
au revoir, monsieur.
I had no desire to talk to the crowd. I couldn't open it with my bare hands.
Wait, what wasn't nothing happening? What is this?
Hey, you! What do you think you are doing?
Oh no, I thought. Oh,
You
no.
stay away from that.
Oh no.
I had no desire to talk to him. I had no...
Arrest the jungler.
Excuse me, officer. What do you know about medieval ironmongery? Have a look at this little baby.
A tripod. What is it for?
You mean you don't know?
No, monsieur. Nor do you, I think.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
Be square. What? What does that mean?
I didn't have time to sit around.
Oh. A new character has arrived.
Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months now.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church then.
Just a little.
You've got quite a shine on that candlestick.
Ah, oui. Anything less than best would be an insult to the Almighty.
I guess so. I never thought of it like that.
Damn.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace to France.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
Clement V was a man of mammon, not of God.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
Damn. Heretic priest.
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a priest?
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That would be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Quite a shine.
I've got a medieval tripod.
He didn't even respond. Okay.
How about this for a gem?
It is very beautiful, monsieur. And yet, I feel that there is an air of suffering about it.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly looks very old.
About as old as this church, I think.
There seems to be an engraving on it.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know. It is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
Okay.
That'd be very good of you.
This shouldn't take very long. Feel free to look around.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I guess that's not what I'm supposed to use this for. Let me Jesus. Don't be a pervert. I'm still... Okay, it's midnight, so I don't think I'm gonna get the answer from the doctor. I think that ship has sailed. I don't think that I don't think I'm gonna get anything from the doctor tonight. Damn. Oh. Wait, hold on. Where did it freeze? Oh. No, he's innocent. I believe it. What the hell? I believe the priest is innocent. The priest is full of innocence. There's an air of innocence about this priest. this pure innocence, purity testing.
On the end of the staff, around a scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. I could... Sounds pretty...
The priest was still busy with the chalice, so I decided to have another look around the church.
I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. I didn't recognize... A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. A stone knight lay at the end of a row of 4. I wondered if this guy had died in combat.
Maybe.
A knight there in the company of his fellows. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the next world. I guess.
I'm a prison Sunday dropout, Lord. What do you mean?
I didn't have time to sit around.
You mean you... What does that mean?
Somehow it looked more modern than its neighbor.
It didn't update.
In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain.
I wonder if Prison Sunday's gonna stream tonight.
A knight there in the company of his fellows. A knight there in the company of his
Crazy,
fellows.
not watching him anymore. Why? What happened? Can you elaborate?
Somehow it...
Elaborate, please.
I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. A stone knight lay in... Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty optimistic, I guess. I didn't have time.
Cancelled? How come? How come you cancelled? What happened? Has something happened? What? What happened?
Hi again.
Oui? What is it this time?
Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
A red nose? And now grease paint? You are sure you are not a clown?
Well, I was distracted by the idea again. Caper, caper, caper. Plummet. Nope. Gone again.
Usually he writes something when he cancels. Let me check. Usually he writes something. Oh, he is ill. Present Sunday is sick. Damn. So I guess I won't be getting raided. Uh-oh.
Catch you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I had no desire.
Is he done?
The priest was still busy with the chalice,
So I decided to have another look around the church.
Am I supposed to discover something new in this church? Sick as hell. Maybe. Am I supposed to discover something new?
A knight there in the company of his fellows.
Screaming? Who is screaming? What are you talking about? Pollens. Oh. What, is this a pollen season?
I didn't recognize the...
A pollen is almost a pole, if you think about it. So frankly, the people he's interacting with, I would scream. I do scream internally. Who does he interact with? He interacts with me. Sometimes. And Brooks. He interacts with
A
me and
stone
Brooks.
knight lay at the end of a row of 4. A stone... Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported. Somehow it looked... Somehow...
Wait, am I supposed to be discovering something new here? I see. Streaming present Sunday. Sorry, I had a few drinks. No, he cancelled. He cancelled it.
A knight there in the company of his fellows. I didn't have time to sit around.
Oh well. Okay, I'm stuck again. Am I supposed to be discovering something in this place? Is there something that's supposed to be happening?
The priest was still busy.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. On the end of the... On the end...
I wonder if there's a pollen.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it.
Pollen is like the name of Poland in German. Poland. Die Polnische.
A stone...
I guess I'm stuck again.
Per discipline... A bit of... Hoping for a big in... Had been pretty up. I didn't rec...
The priest was still...
Oh, I guess I'll leave for now.
Hello again.
Hello again, monsieur.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah, so?
No.
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
Duty's dead. It's dead in the water. Meine Muttersprache ist Französisch. Is it? Then you must
I'll see you around.
appreciate this game that
Yes,
takes
yes.
place in France.
I'll be there.
This game takes place in France. You must really appreciate
I had
it.
no desire to talk to the crowd.
This game in France must be very fascinating to you. Look, France is pretty big actually. Densely packed.
Hello, George.
No. Hey, Nico, shake hands with me.
No chance, Buster.
Oh,
Nothing happened.
Yeah,
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
interesting.
Did I show you this matchbook?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Yes, you showed me before.
That is not a good idea.
Not amused.
I showed you the red nose, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
That is not a good idea. I'd better get back to the quest. Sergeant Moo,
Yes.
I don't think you can.
I'd like to report.
Yes.
I out. They
Could you?
one? Their name.
No.
Okay, that's just a repeating.
That is. See you later, Sergeant. The glass case was intact, but the tripod had been replaced by a sign reading, "Exhibit temporarily removed." Pardon me,
Oui, monsieur?
do you recognize this tripod?
It is vaguely familiar.
I should think it is.
Very similar to the one which we used to have here at the museum. In fact,
That's what I thought.
but this is obviously a poor copy.
Right.
True.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir.
Poor
Not
copy.
a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar preceptory.
It does.
Yeah. It doesn't mention John Dee at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Wait, 19 letters of it. The bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied hard and did all my homework, I could be a professor of history?
At your age? Dream on.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh my god. That was so horrible. At your age, dream on.
Thanks for
Wow.
your help.
That was so harsh and horrible. At your age?
Hi, Andre.
Come on.
Hello, Georgie. Thanks for your help, Andre. You're welcome.
I came back just to listen to this. To the main character being cruel. Unnecessarily cruel. Still not done.
Maybe not.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the
Ambition.
disc was a hairline crack.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported. Somehow, it looked more modern than its neighbor.
Ein bisschen. Oh. I better speak at least a little wee bit, considering how I've studied it a bit. Oh. This is just not good. I have to. Okay, I guess we've done with the gaming for now. We're gonna go to the topics. Oh gosh. Are you excited? I'm stuck again, so... Oh my god, bonjour. We're done with the 62% of the game now. Okay, we're done. I'm trying to learn it through Duolingo. Oh wait, maybe I should show the Duolingo of Polish. I did want to do it. I did want to sort of, how do you say, do this. Okay, so where should we begin with? Where should we begin this wonderful, wonderful day of actual streaming topics? I'm gonna start by doing this wonderful thing. So we all know how the US has stalled aid. It's been, well, not the US, Mike Johnson and Trump, they both have been sort of blocking aid. Like, I think it's was it $90 million of aid? 90 billion. $60 billion would go to military aid for Ukraine. And it's been blocked because first the border problem, then Trump just basically said to not do it. And now there's some talk of Mike Johnson preparing some weird watered down version of the bill, which would actually be a loan. And apparently many people are just begrudgingly saying if we can get anything that we should get anything. Some sort of Republicans that are pro-aid are saying, we call it a bill, but we call it we call it a loan, but it's not like we're ever gonna. It's not like we're ever gonna enforce Ukraine repaying that thing. So it's the same, but it's I think the amount is supposed to be different as well. But then, believe it or not, NATO started floating around an idea that maybe NATO should create a special fund and give Ukraine 100 billion euro, which is apparently $107 billion. So NATO has decided we will one up everybody, and we, in an anti-Trump move, because apparently NATO has sort of thought about it in order to secure itself against the Trump presidency should he decide to screw over Ukraine completely, and then NATO would sort of give Ukraine 100 billion euro. That is apparently a plan that has been floated around. A plan, a very brave and and bold plan, which is of course right away drowned. It was drowned in caveats like, oh, this is just like a step zero proposition, so let's not get overexcited. And then it was like, oh, actually, well, it will take a long time to even get off the ground. Oh, actually, it needs an approval of all the NATO members, so it's not going to be so easy. Oh, if the approval of much lower aid of the European Union has not been easy, then talking about 100 billion euro from NATO feels very optimistic. So the initial enthusiasm about the 100 billion euro has been somewhat tempered by life. And we're still gonna take a look. We're still gonna read an article, even though the hype around this idea has somewhat been brought to some realistic, and by realistic I mean it's all talk levels. Let me see. NATO boss floats 100 billion euro military aid fund for Ukraine. Everybody starts floating around ideas. Macron is like, let's send armies to Ukraine. Boss of NATO is like, let's give them 100 billion. A lot more than the US. We're one up the US because, yes. And then it just, I mean, okay. Talk is cheap. Talk is cheap, and you know what I mean, right? Anybody can talk. I can float around an idea of sending 200 billion euro to Ukraine. I can do that. It is a thing within my powers to do. Okay, let's just look at the article. Uh-oh. There we go. That's better. There we go. Brussels, April 2nd, Reuters. NATO boss Jens Stoltenberg has proposed a 100 billion euro, $107 billion, 5-year package of military aid to Ukraine that would give the Western Alliance a more direct role in providing support to Kyiv, 5 diplomats said on Tuesday. Under the plan, NATO would take over some coordination work from a US-led ad hoc coalition known as the Ramstein Group, a step designed in part to guard against any cut in U.S. support if Donald Trump returns to the White House, diplomats said. The proposal is expected to be discussed at a two-day meeting of NATO foreign ministers on Wednesday and Thursday, with the aim of finalizing a package in time for a NATO summit in Washington in July. Until now, NATO as an organization has restricted itself to non-lethal aid for Ukraine out of fears that a more direct role could trigger an escalation of tensions with Russia. Most of its members provide weapons to Ukraine on a bilateral basis. But diplomats said there was a growing view within NATO that the time had come to put military aid to Ukraine on a more sustainable, long-term footing, and the Western alliance was best placed to take on much of that role. 100 billion. Well, let's see. Let's continue. The article starts with hype. The article says it's time for NATO to do much more. It's time for NATO to take on a much active role. It's time for NATO to give $100 billion euro, $107 billion. Some also said that threats by Russian President Vladimirovich Putin that he would regard various steps taken by NATO allies as escalatory had not led to retaliatory action against them. As part of the plan, NATO would create a NATO mission for Ukraine, although it was yet unclear whether the mission would operate inside the country, diplomats said. Some countries were cautious about even naming the operation as a mission. Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, has said the plan is partly to shield against winds of political change, and any NATO member, but Trump is uppermost in the minds of many, a senior NATO diplomat said. NATO declined to comment in detail on Stoltenberg's proposals, but a NATO official said foreign ministers would discuss the best way to organize NATO's support for Ukraine to make it more powerful, predictable, and enduring. No final decisions are to be taken in April. Ministerial meetings and discussions will continue as we approach the Washington summit in July, the official said, declining to be named. Wanted to be anonymous forever. Anonymous official. No final decisions. There you go. No final decisions are to be taken at the April ministerial meeting. Yes, that's a pretty big thing for me, that no final decisions are to be taken at the April ministerial meetings. So, in other words, it's going to be taking time, because I love how Ukraine desperately needs help now, needs ammunition now, needs support now, but then basically orgs, alliances, unions float around ideas of helping somehow, sometime, if everybody approves. Maybe. But maybe not as much as we're floating around now. Maybe much less someday. Diplomats cautioned that discussions on the proposal were at an early stage, and it wasn't clear whether the 100 billion euro total would be accepted or how it would be financed. So, NATO is promising 100 billion euro without knowing where it will get the money from, how it will be financed. That's never a good sign. Bonjour. All NATO decisions require consensus among the alliance's 32 members, by the way, which somehow, for some reason, I do not see all 32 NATO members agreeing to a 100 billion euro thing. For some reason, I think at least one NATO member will say no. I'm pretty confident that there will not be an anonymous agreement to this by all 30. I mean, maybe I'm just a doomer, negative person, but I just feel like I don't see it. I just don't see it. It goes some way to protecting in case of Trump, but it is impossible to create something Trump-proof, said another diplomat, who probably also chose to be anonymous. A fund of 100 billion looks very optimistic, knowing how difficult it was to agree on a smaller amount at EU level, the diplomat added. So basically, what I said earlier. People are skeptical. It'll take a long time to agree upon. And also, it needs consensus among the alliance's 32 members. So, while the headline feels very hype, while it all sounds amazing, the amount of 100 billion euros sounds like a great amount of money to give to Ukraine. It feels like something that would be a, dare I say, game changer. But then you read further and you find, well, no decisions are going to be really made till like this month. And by the way, we need a consensus. And by the way, we don't really think that it's going to be necessarily this amount of money. It's probably going to be less. Like, okay. So, I guess what I want to say is I threw the thing out there that it's happening. I spread the word that this sort of thing has been floated. It floated out like a balloon full of helium. And I guess that's it. There's nothing else that we can talk about this. Apart from, once again, me stressing that talk is cheap and that it's quite easy to speak of billions upon billions that could be possibly given sometime, and of sending soldiers and doing all those other wonderful things that are so wonderful that at the end of the day mean nothing unless action follows. You know, talk is cheap. Talk is extremely cheap. It costs nothing. It is so easy to make promises. Oh, this is not even a promise. This is just saying we could do this. Maybe. Possibly. Someday. So yeah, this is like the first real topic of today. How do you feel? Do you feel hyped? Do you feel better? Do you feel better about the whole situation? Who needs the US? NATO's gonna give 100 billion euro. For sure. Surely, for sure. And then we're all gonna be saved. We're all gonna be saved. In fact, I'm calling it now. I'm saying I'm gonna be a predictor. I'm gonna do one of those famous Hello Nick Express. Welcome to the stream. What brought you to this stream? How did you find this stream? Are you enjoying yourself? You're the bulk of my Twitch audience, Nick Express. So I'm gonna make a bold prediction. Because, as we know, the best way to be commenting on politics such as this is to make bold predictions. So I'm going to make a prediction. Not only is NATO going to give one, what is this stream about? So right now it's about, well, it's going to be about Ukraine. A lot of it's going to be about Ukraine, and also it's going to be about immigration. Spoiler alert. I'm going to be talking about immigration and about Trump, fear-mongering about immigration. So if these topics interest you, then stick around. You might learn some new developments. So I'm going to be comparing it to Europe. I'm going to be comparing it to Poland. I'm from Poland. I'm the biggest Polish trans Jewish streamer. I've got a lot of titles under my belt. I've got a lot of titles to live up to. Do you watch any other political streamers, Nick Express? Do you watch anyone else from the political category on Twitch? Is this your first rodeo with political Twitch? No, you're the first one. Oh! Wait, so you've never watched? I'm your very first political streamer? Damn, I better do a good job. I better do an excellent job. I better be responsible with my platform right now, and I better give you the responsible and the good experience. So what I'm gonna say, in the spirit of that, is that not only is NATO gonna give 100 billion euro, in fact, France is going to send a huge army to Ukraine, and the huge army, and Poland also is going to send a huge army, and those armies are going to be equipped with top of the line gear using the $100 billion from NATO. I'm calling it now. This is going to happen. This is definitely going to happen. You're going to see. You're going to see that I'm going to be right. You're going to see. What is this mess? Do you like Destiny? We're married. So I don't know. It depends. That's right. They have stumbled upon Destiny's wife stream. Why are you calling this a mess? What's wrong? Just because there's a lot of books in the background doesn't mean that it's a mess. What do you mean, what a mess? What is this mess? I'm waiting for you to elaborate on this statement. You want to come on and debate me? Do you like Sneeko? No, I don't know. I don't know Sneeko. I know of Sneeko, but I don't really know Sneeko. Who is... I know who that is, but I've never seen anything of Sneeko. Do you like Sneeko? Why are you asking me about Sneeko? Do you believe a suspect who is willing to surrender should be harmed in any way? Probably not. Look up Doomer Media. Why Doomer Media? I know who Doomer Media is. Doomer Media is the person that made the Vosh is unironically evil. Wait, are you Doomer Media? Are you Doomer Media? Are you in my audience because of President Sunday? Why do you want me to look up Doomer Media? I need explanations. I was reading about these guys who perpetrated that shooting in Moscow, and they looked very roughed up. I mean, that's just Russia basically torturing its prisoners. It's nothing new. It's nothing like shocking. Like it's the norm. In Russia, that's the norm. It's the Ruski Mir in action, basically. What happened with those um, prisoners? It's not. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Sadly, you know. It's just the only thing that basically is more out of the ordinary is just how publicly sort of showcased this is. It's just how paraded those tortured people were on, various media. But apart from that, it's not really anything super out of the ordinary for Russia to do. You know? Poor folks. I don't know. And on the one hand, no one should be tortured. But on the other hand, I don't like people getting tortured, but I'm not sure if I would use the term poor folks when it comes to describing the people shooting over 140 civilians. It's not new. Like, no, no. It's not new. I don't know if that one was as televised though. It is an effective way to get out. I mean, torture is just an effective way of getting information because people will just answer to make it stop. Like this is how during the Great Purge, people were just the show trials, how people used to just say what the torturers wanted them to say, and they basically just signed empty papers in blanco that were filled later with their testimonies. Yeah, we'll have our hard time to determine if they confessed a thing out of to escape. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume they just told you anything you wanted to know to escape torture. Like most of the time, that will be the case. They will just want it to, unless they're super trained to withstand torture, which is usually not the case. Most people are not trained to withstand torture, and so most people will just say whatever to make the pain stop. This is why during those show trials during the Great Purge, people would just admit to anything to make the pain stop, admit to all the made up accusations against them, all or during the Polish NKWD special operation. Like the Polish NKWD special operation has actually created a new insidious type of torture to save time. Like there would be a whole group of Polish people lined up. There would be one person that would be chosen horribly tortured. The others would observe. And they would confess to anything to not end up like the guy that was just tortured. It's like, this was like a method that was sort of created during the Polish operation to get mass convictions, to get mass confessions from people, even though they had no idea what was going on and they had nothing to do with what they were being accused of. So, yeah, that's been a thing for Russia. In Russia for a long time, the torturing of prisoners. I guess Ade Ad Ade Pupil's wheat waffles has left. I guess that person has left. They asked me if I to look up Doomer Media and just left without even waiting for my response, which is tragic. I'm just beginning to think that this person has entered the chat because of some, I don't know, because of President Sunday? Because President Sunday has been making videos about Doomer Media lately? In that light, it will also make sense why they would ask me about Destiny. Maybe you scared them away, yeah. It would also make sense why they asked me about Destiny, if I like Destiny. What baffles me, actually, like, I can understand why ask about Destiny. I can also understand why ask about Doomer Media. But what baffles me completely is why ask me about Sneeko of all people. Why would you ever ask me about Sneeko? Does President Sunday talk about Sneeko? Does anybody in my general sphere, zone, topic related thing talk about Sneeko ever? I don't think I've said this is I think this might actually be the first time I've said the name Sneeko on stream ever because of the chatter. It's okay, Greta Raint, I understand. You don't have to worry. I'm more baffled about the Sneeko situation. Because I've been made to utter the name for the first time on this stream because of that chatter that asked me. What the hell? Oh, maybe it's my doctor. Please, doctor, please tell me that you've just... Please. Yes, 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 no. I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. Do you think, Lucy, it does not worth the reaction to the great intellectual Sneeko? I mean, what would I react to? He does... Whom's this Sneeko? Sneeko is some dating... Some... I don't even know fully. Sneeko is some pickup artist, the Andrew Tate adjacent, converted to Islam person. That is all I know about Sneeko. I know that he is Andrew Tate adjacent, does pickup artist related stuff, possibly, and converted to Islam. Is that accurate? Is that an accurate description of who Sneeko is? Manosphere. Okay. So it was right, basically. Manosphere. Jesus. What a name, Manosphere. I know that Destiny has entered the Manosphere at some point. I guess the... Wait, do you want me to actually watch this video? Oh my god, Sneeko has Ukraine. Oh god, okay, let's go. I guess I am going to be reacting to Sneeko today, huh? Okay. Jesus. Oh, it's not available anymore. It tells me that this video is not available anymore. Oh wait, it is. Hold on. Red pill idiot Sneeko loves Putin and Russia. Oh my god. Holy moly. Okay, let's watch. Okay, we have a reaction on our hands. Okay. Sneeko. How old is this?
So
10 months ago. Oh! I know this. I think I know this person.
Some time ago on my channel I made a video about Andrew Tate and his
I know, this is a Russian creator. Okay, let's watch.
amazing takes on the Russian-Ukrainian conflicts. Now I'm assuming that most of you guys know who Andrew Tate is and also dislike him, so you can only imagine what his takes were. Not only did he and his brother call Vladimir Putin a certified G.
What the? A certified G. Oh my god. That is just depressing, isn't it? That's the certified G. I think he's in Georgia, right? He's in Georgia, right?
G.
give me that. Because you don't want it. Because you don't, when I go to Ukraine,
I don't know why, but Andrew Tate has the vibe of a guy that wants to be super gay, but also without saying it openly. You know, that just wants to be super uber gay, but also just wants to claim that his super uber gayness is not gay at all. That it's super heterosexual. Are you checking if I seeing what you done? What? What do you... What? Wasn't Andrew Tate in prison in Romania or something? There's a funny story about this, that his biggest psycho fan basically exposed his plans to escape on public media, and then Andrew Tate just got caught and arrested again because this psycho fan, whose name I don't remember, sort of just disclosed publicly that they were supposed to meet or something. Oh my gosh. There was a whole thing about that. Aiden snitched and got him arrested again. That's right. Oh my gosh. Oh. That was just so strange, this whole Aiden thing. I don't even know how to comment it. The Life has commented on it. Well, at least he did not expose himself. Like, he sort of kind of did. The funny thing about that is, he sort of kind of did expose himself like Couch Red Pill did. But in a more roundabout way. He simply exposed his plans to the biggest idiot on earth. And that biggest idiot on earth has exposed those plans publicly. So for all intents and purposes, yeah, he sort of did expose himself like Coach Red Pill. you know? In a weird, sort of twisted way, he sort of did something similar. You know. Coach Red Pill. I still find the Coach Red Pill thing so ridiculous that people, I think there are politicians that actually mentioned Coach Red Pill as this victim of the Ukrainian regime. Okay, never mind. The great journalist, Coach Red Pill. Yeah, but at least he has someone else to blame. Sort of, kind of. At this point, if you have some self-awareness, you'd go, yeah, in hindsight, I could have seen this coming. I could have seen this one coming in hindsight. That this would have happened. But hindsight is 2020, as they say. From being Coach Red Pill, a pickup artist coach, to robust journalism in Ukraine. Right. Let's move on. Let's move on from the topic and watch some certified G's.
I've got a similar attitude.
But also Andrew Tate basically said that this entire war is fake and is basically here to distract us from the collapse of America and the woke Western walls or whatever.
True.
There's going to be a big thing in February, World War III, to distract us.
And then World War. Oh my God, they're all idiots, aren't they? They are all, I don't know, brain dead cretins. World War III to distract us. That is the most US of A thing to say, in my opinion. That whatever horrible worldwide war thing happens, like World War III, it's not gonna actually affect or, involve Americans in any way. In fact, such an event is just a distraction. Yeah, non-smoker pushed that too. Great journalist victim. Yeah. Wait, when did non-smoker push that whole great journalist victim? When did he push that? I'm just gonna say that. I will never accept. I reject saying that Coach Red Pill was a journalist. I reject it. I'm sorry. I reject that claim. He was no journalist. What a face. Recent debate with Dylan and others. Yeah. Coach Red Pill, the journalist. No, I'm not even gonna entertain that as a joke. He was most definitely not a journalist, not a reporter, not an anything. He was not even much of a victim. I agree. Like the whole thing surrounding Coach Red Pill is ridiculous. And it's even more hilarious and ridiculous that that certain politicians are actually trying to take this whole thing seriously with the Coach Red Pill thing and trying to sort of claim that it's some sort of assassination by the Ukrainian government. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah. And the saddest thing is that there are idiots that will actually buy this. Like there's another, while we're talking about people that have been pushing the Coach Red Pill was a poor victim journalist, it wasn't just non-smoker that pushed this. There's this other guy, Rob Noor, that also pushed this. Rob Noor. he also pushed this whole poor... Oh yeah, I remember now what Rob North said. Rob North said, hey, that was... I have to make sure. He said something so stupid. Okay, so what Rob North said, he died of respiratory illness. No, as he did not take care of himself. Like, the guy refused to vaccinate himself and was he expects and when he expects in a war-torn country of medical provision. Like, Rob North said, hey, if everybody's making such a stink about Navalny dying in prison, then why isn't everybody making a stink about Coach Red Pill? How do you even comment to that? How do you even respond? How do you even begin to sort of react to someone saying something so silly? You know, how do you even begin approaching such a statement?
Andrew Tate basically said that Russia is completely justified in what they're doing, so it was basically the classic take of it didn't happen, but they deserved it. And to be honest, as a Russian, reacting to these moronic takes of a red pill guru regarding Ukraine was actually a lot.
What a face. Andrew Tate, the top G face, chinless man.
Of fun. And that is why in today's video I decided to react to uninformed takes on Ukraine coming from my Andrew Tate wannabe. And that person, of course, is Sneeko.
Sneeko. Oh.
Whoa. Good. Yes.
Hello, Blazer.
My first exposure to Sneeko. Amazing.
City Boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian. Hi guys, today welcome to a brand new video, and in today's video guys, we're gonna be reacting to Sneeko, the legendary red pill guru, and his uninformed horrible takes on Russia and Ukraine. Now if you guys aren't familiar with who Sneeko is, essentially he's a YouTuber that I personally used to follow for some time. He was providing commentary on different social issues, all in a very nice, highly edited format. One reason that I personally...
Wait, Sneeko used to provide commentary on social issues?
Like Sneeko on different social issues, all in a very nice, highly edited format.
Wait, really? That used to be... And then Sneeko sort of... What happened, Sneeko? What trajectory? What events in your life had led you to... What happened? What happened to you?
One reason that I personally like Sneeko was actually that he used death grips in his videos, and I thought that was pretty cool. But essentially, Sneeko is a person who used to be a sort of a relatively normal person on YouTube, who suddenly had this insane red pill transformation, started spitting some absolutely insane misogynistic, racist stuff, ended up completely being banned
But why? What?
Of YouTube, and it's basically still a pretty large persona now on YouTube, and a person that is just being clowned by absolutely everybody. And you know, being an NPC, I wanna...
Is that Hassan?
Join the club. If you want to learn more about Sneeko and his story, you should watch a video by Gatsu, a friend of mine. I'm actually in that video. I was very, very high when we recorded that, and
What do you think about the Jews?
First of all, imagine asking Nick Fuentes that, like... I wonder what he thinks, bro.
Yeah.
What a funny mustache. That's wow. It is clearly a deep art criticism woke culture.
Wonder.
Yeah, I have no idea what you might think.
I can only imagine.
I think it's a lot of fun. However, that is not what we're here for, because we want to see what Sneeko has to say on Russia and Ukraine. Let's check it out.
Any of the bots who are advocating for Ukraine, pray for Ukraine, Ukraine flag and bio, you fucking bot. You are actively advocating for World War III.
Sneeko got bashed by an MMA fighting man.
All of you. You
Even me?
want global tyranny.
First of all,
Global tyranny. I can see where this is going.
I just want to say, I love this like TikTok format of him like spitting truth and enlightening people with a Spider-Man video. I know this is not even edited by him, this is edited by his like bot followers, but I just...
Okay, should I play Spider-Man on stream? That is my question to the chat. And if so, then are you willing to donate to get me the money to buy it?
just love that Sneeko knows that nobody who's ever actually gonna listen to his thoughts has like more than 2 brain cells or has the attention span that is more than 2 seconds. It kind of...
Oh my gosh, that's harsh.
Almost reminds me of this other video he recorded, which is
I want to watch Lil Nas X. I like what's on the trending page. Lock me down. Inject me.
Inject me? Is this some anti-vaccine thing? Only if you also reveal the truth. I do.
Again, I'm gay, trans, and I am boosted.
Uh-oh.
That is a guilty pleasure.
Inject again, I'm gay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now I feel called out because I am all 3 of those things. So I feel sort of... Uh-oh. Oh. I am trans. I am gay. And I am boosted, so... Damn. This is a video about me.
Trans, and I am boosted.
That is a guilty pleasure of mine. That is one of my favorite videos on the internet. It's up there with Space Go...
Okay, trans and boosted. I am all 3 of these things.
Perp disses everyone, you know?
Woke. Good. Yes.
But anyway, let's let him cook. Let's see what he has to say in Ukraine.
Any of the bots who are advocating for Ukraine, pray for Ukraine, Ukraine flag and bio, you fucking bot.
So if you guys are not familiar with Sneeko, one of the main things that he copied from Andrew Tate, which is now his thing, is calling people NPCs and bots. Essentially, if you have
I am both of these things.
any sensible opinion on any topic, like racism is bad, or hating women is bad, or, you know, trans people deserve rights or whatever, you're an NPC because that's what, like, the majority of people think.
That's actually an interesting question. Is this what the majority of people... I guess it depends where, right?
If you want to be a true thinker, you gotta elevate yourself and not think like the rest of the bots out there now. The thing, Sneeko, is that you don't know that you've met your fucking kryptonite right here, me. Because here's the thing, my guy, I am from Russia. And in Russia, advocating for Ukraine or praying for Ukraine is not what a bot would do. In fact, it's something that lands you in jail, because Russia is an authoritarian country that has no free speech, which...
I mean, praying for Ukraine and rooting for Ukraine will land you in jail in Russia, mainly because Russia wants to conquer and destroy Ukraine.
you love, by the way. So maybe yes, in the West, if you support Ukraine by, Sneako's logic, you are an NPC and a boss. However, in Russia, if you support Ukraine, you're actually a brave person that goes against the odds of society and against all the NPCs out there. So, by your logic, Sneako, I am not an NPC and a bot. So, guess what? People with different opinions from you can have those opinions for good reasons.
You want global tyranny.
Look, why would you question the originality of Sneako or free thinker genius this? I mean, that's true. That is true.
You want NATO to be in control.
Oh yeah, typical NATO goal to be in control. Don't forget that we've learned just today that NATO is gonna give Ukraine 100 billion euro. That was our first topic today. That was the first topic of today. 100 billion euro from NATO.
You want globalist power if you are for Ukraine. If you're praying for Ukraine, enjoy World War III. Putin is absolutely right to do everything he's doing.
Can you elaborate as to why? Can you give us some elaboration as to why you think Putin is absolutely right to do everything he's... Okay, never mind. I don't think we're gonna get an elaboration from I wish Sneako would debate someone on Ukraine. That would be entertaining, at least. I wish Sneako had debates on Ukraine.
Sneako essentially is the perfect example of this type of right-wing sort of, small government's anti-globalist idealist who's, inside a lot.
Idealist? I think this is giving Sneako a lot of credit, this description that I've just heard, but fair enough, I guess. Idealist.
Life is based around, hate and the spread of, the Western degeneracy in the world or whatever, and globalism or whatever, which is, first of all, opposing imperialism and tyranny is actually really good. The problem, though, is that Russia, which you seem to be an adamant supporter of, is doing nothing but spreading imperialism and tyranny just from the other side, while also shooting itself in the foot and ruining an entire generation's, opportunity for a good future in the country. So, Sneako is essentially part of the bigger problem that we already laid out on this channel years ago.
Stop idolizing Russia. Imagine idolizing Russia. I guess I can't relate. That sort of attitude of idolizing Russia is, I think, basically impossible. And I'm not going to say impossible, but it's very rare in Poland. I think for understandable reasons.
When I was talking about Westerners sort of idolizing Russia because they oppose the Western progressive way of thinking in life or whatever, and because they think that Russia is like a bastion of conservative hope in the world, and that Putin is actually like the leader of the free world or whatever, which, if you actually talk to anybody from Russia or from the countries that Russia has fucked with, that's not true.
There you go. Poland is a country that Russia has messed with at least a few times, so I guess my opinions are explained.
Sneako essentially is the exact same, except Sneako is spreading this message to a younger audience that is obsessed with Twitch drama or whatever.
Huge drama at the Streamer Awards. Huge drama. Huge Minecraft drama. Huge drama. Huge drama at the Game Awards.
Whatever these people, talk about all day. Meanwhile, Sneako has zero awareness of the world in the post-Soviet space, not realizing that he's been a complete NPC and a bot himself. Let's check out this other clip I found in which he actually talks to Andrew Tate's brother Tristan Tate.
Oh my god, seriously? That whole crowd just... Wow. You just... stew.
Uploaded by @Tate-senpai. This is already terrible.
I mean, I live on
Tate-senpai.
the border of Ukraine right now, and I don't want to get your stream taken down by talking about the Russia-Ukraine thing, but that's what's happening at the moment. And let me just tell you, this whole
what?
Putin's an the Russia of Ukraine right.
@Tate-senpai. This is already terrible.
I mean, I live on the border of Ukraine right now, and I don't want to get your stream taken down by talking about
oh my gosh.
The Russia-Ukraine thing, but that's what's happening at the moment. And let me just tell you, this whole Putin's an evil dictator who invaded our country, that is not the narrative of a lot of the Ukrainians who are crossing the border into Romania.
No, they're actually saying the opposite. It's Ukraine that has invaded Russia, in fact. I'm just kidding, YouTube. I'm just joking. Don't take this as anything to give me warnings or anything. It was a joke. This is not something that I'm saying seriously. Thank you. I'm just gonna say it in case.
They're mad at the United States.
Wait,
And
so-
there's a video of me on my Instagram driving up to the border to deliver coats, shoes, clothes, food.
Oh, I'm such a good guy. I did so much charity. Nobody who ever does charity and is like a benevolent person talks about it, you fucking buffoon.
But
true.
Some leftist liberal in the United States will tell me that I'm wrong about the Ukraine situation.
You are.
Which is...
Yeah, that is why they escape as refugees, because this whole thing about Putin being an evil guy is just not correct, obviously.
hilarious because I'm actually hearing it from the Ukrainians coming across the border.
Listen, I got a permanent warning on YouTube over a joke, so I'm not gonna risk it. I'm never gonna risk it again. It's like a permanent mark on the channel and on my psyche.
Look, dude, the Ukrainians that I know and I talk to regularly would take a year in your face for saying this. They would actually do it. They would, when I talk to regularly, would take a year in your face for saying this. They would actually do it. They would destroy you for saying this. Are there people in Ukraine that are pro-Putin? Yes, there are, believe it or not. Are there people in Ukraine that think that Putin is like, you know, trying to save them from the evil West or whatever? Yes, there are, because Ukrainian people, just like Russian people, are susceptible to propaganda, and a lot of it is Russian propaganda
Oh no, these people, I know of them.
Coming from Russia, and believe it or not, Russian propaganda is effective on Ukrainians as well. And there's a lot of elderly Ukrainians who might not have certain access to information that might think this way. And yes, I do not doubt that Tristan said actually...
Some waiters are actually people like that. There are some waiters that are basically waiting for Russian, you know, to free, liberate.
Actually had these encounters. However, first of all, this video came out at the very start of this special military operation, which is a time when a lot of people were very confused. And the thing is, from what
there was no confusion on my part, by the way.
I see, even the people who thought the way that you describe, their opinions have changed since then, after a year of full-on conflict. There was a lot of terrible things that Russia has done, which made the people change their minds and actually realize that maybe this is not about us being saved from the evil West. And dear Tristan, you didn't even speak Ukrainian or Russian. I speak Russian, which gives me the good ability to understand Ukrainian as well. And from what I see from the young Russian, I speak Russian, which gives me the good ability to understand Ukrainian.
I wouldn't go that far. Russian does not... Actually, as I've said before, Ukrainian is actually much closer to Polish than Russian.
As well. And from what I see from the young generation of Ukrainians online, from what I see from Ukrainians online in general, people absolutely fucking hate Russia right now. And
damn, how unexpected.
I don't want to speak for Ukrainians here, but I do think that a lot of Ukrainians would think that people like this, who would blame the United States over Russia, are basically traitors to Ukraine. That seems to me like the overall consensus. So claiming that the majority of Ukrainians are like pro-Putin actually is fucking nonsense. And once again, I would like Tristan to come up to Ukrainian refugees in Poland or something and...
Poland mentioned, finally. Good, very good. Poland mentioned.
And say this to their face, and I want to see what the reaction will be, because I really do not think they will dap you up, my guy. I really don't think so.
Where nothing bad happens, and now that something's bad happening, everyone's freaking out, but like, that's just regular and third world.
Sure, but he personally could understand a lot too, Lucy. But not because of the, you know, inherently of speaking Russian.
Countries all over the world. So like, why do we need to care about this white country?
But why shouldn't we care?
Because we have no connection to it. Name one Ukrainian person. Yes. Exactly. You don't
wait, let me answer.
Zelensky. Who's that? Name one Ukrainian person. Yes. Exactly. White country. Why shouldn't we out? But like, that's just regular and third world countries all over the world. So like, why do we need to care about this white country?
But why shouldn't we care?
Because we have no connection to it. Name one Ukrainian person. Yes.
Zelensky.
Exactly. You
don't wait, let me answer.
Zelensky. Who's that?
There you go. He said Zelensky. Oh my gosh, I called it.
That's the fucking president.
Prime Minister.
I only met him.
When did you learn?
Prime Minister.
about
Last week. nigga.
Exactly.
Hey, Sneeko, do you have any empathy?
How is that even relevant?
Yes.
Where's it at?
Here, I love people. I hope they don't die. That sucks. That sucks for them. But I don't care about you. I don't know you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That is...
You're such a child. It's so... I mean, this is one thing that just amazes me about the Red Pill community. It's like, how can a person...
Because what amazes me about the Red Pill community is just how stupid people in it are. It just amazes me as well. Why are you so concerned about Ukraine if you're not even Ukrainian and you do not live there? You want an answer? I mean, I could give you an answer because I have Ukrainian friends here. Like a close friend to my family who I've known for... Let me give you a number. I've known her for 12 years plus. She has a son who's fighting in Ukraine right now. You know? There are a lot of Ukrainian people living here, where I am, in Poland. And we have friends who are Ukrainian. And those friends have close ones in Ukraine. And those close ones are either fighting or just living, trying to survive in Ukraine. I guess that would be reason number one. Reason number two is, of course, that should Russia win in Ukraine, Putin himself has said that Poland, you know, the country where I do live in, is next for denazification. And yes, Putin did say that, so I guess those would be the two reasons on the top of my head. I do have more, but just I think mentioning these two suffices.
That claims to be like a role model for men who will teach men how to be, you know, uncucked and how to be masculine or whatever. How is this guy like so devoid of any quality that make somebody an actual man, which is empathy, the ability to listen to other people, to help those in need? You're a child. You're mentally 12 years old.
I mean, being mentally 12 years old is basically the modus operandi of the Red Pill community, isn't it? Isn't it like the mentality that this sort of crowd is trying to I don't know, lure?
What are your thoughts on modern American foreign policy?
I am pro-Putin. I think that we should not involve ourselves in foreign affairs. It's a proxy war. We have no business in Ukraine at all. They're using it.
It's a proxy war.
I love this one. The argument. It's a proxy war.
Dude, you're so smart. Holy shit.
True, you are.
I'm Johnny and I'm 12 years old. He said proxy war. I've never heard that phrase before in my life, dude. This guy speaks the truth and he jokes about racial minorities. I'm gonna smash like. You are
true. I'm actually gonna press like. Why not?
A child and your fan base are fucking children. This is truly a double-digit IQ if I've ever seen one. Also, why would your response to the question on your thoughts on American foreign policy be, I am pro-Putin? Why?
Oh gosh.
Are you pro-Putin? Do we enjoy Russia's rapid economic growth? Or maybe do you enjoy Russia's great genocide rates? Or maybe do you enjoy an entire country on copium which has been basically ruthlessly pillaged for the past 20 years and all the money was sent to offshore accounts in the EU and, you know, the Cayman Islands? Do you think an army and industry that is in complete distress is, you know, based? Do you think having a passport that is so bad that you're not able to travel anywhere is great? Because
based.
Nico, like, once again, you're against America and NATO. Just like other washed up celebrities like Steven Seagal, you can go to
Oh my god, yeah, he did. He went to the hospital.
Russia and get a Russian passport. I'm waiting for that day, Sneeko. It's about that time.
We have no business in Ukraine at all. They're using it. The same thing. Look what happened with FTX.
Who are they, by the way? Who are they and how are they using it, quote unquote?
Using the Ukraine war to funnel money to the Democratic Party. FTX. It's just.
To the Democratic Party? Funnel money? How? How is that supposed to work? How does the war in Ukraine funnel money to the Ukrainian party, to the Democratic Party? How? How is that? How is that supposed to work?
Just one giant global scam. We should get out of Ukraine. We should let Putin take it over.
What does any of that even mean? What does any of that actually mean? God, I wish this guy would have debates. Those would be some debates. If Sneeko had did Sneeko have any debates about Ukraine with any? Did Sneeko debate Destiny on Ukraine? Sneeko talked with Destiny, so maybe they had a debate on Ukraine. I'm gonna look off screen if there's some amusing material for us to get here. He did debate with Destiny about Ukraine. It does feel... Oh wait, President Sunday is streaming. Wait, hold on. Wasn't he supposed to not stream today?
A different thing and much shorter and much less rounded. And then here we have at the bottom. But, edit. As of 2/17.
Wasn't he supposed to be ill? Whatever. President Sunday lied to us. He lied to me, personally. President Sunday has lied to me personally.
He's completely justified in wanting to invade.
How is he justified? Like, what is Sneeko's...
I have no clue. Like, those are just words. Those are just... He changed his mind. Don't we all? Don't we all change our minds? This is just... He's just saying things. I'd like to hear any sort of, you know, rationale behind anything that guy's saying. Anything.
I wonder what Sneeko's argument is, really.
True! Well said. I do wonder what his argument is. I genuinely would like to hear the argument. That would be pretty entertaining on its own, I bet. But hearing the argument would be very entertaining.
I don't think Sneeko cares about the 8 years of, you know, of Russian-speaking people.
What did President Sunday get so mad about?
In the Donbass, which we all know, of course, happens. Of course. But I don't think he cares about that, because once again, he doesn't care about quote-unquote people in third world countries dying, because it's like a normal thing in third world countries to happen, so...
Where nothing bad happens, and now that something's bad happening, everyone's freaking out, but like, that's just regular in third world countries all over the world.
What justifies it, Sneeko? Is it that the rest of the world should just, you know, let Russia invade anybody, you know, without any repercussions whatsoever? Is it that, you know, the world community should not react to events like this in any way? You know, there was this other guy in the 20th century which, you know, started invading countries and stuff, and people didn't react for a while, and it actually ended up really bad for everybody. So you know, maybe the world community should have some sort of reaction, because it's actually a massive threat to world security, and is actually the thing that is pushing the world towards World War III. I don't know, dude, maybe, but I'm just a bot and NPC though, so I think I'm a little biased.
Hillary is woke.
Fauci is my savior.
I wanna watch Lil Nas X.
I like what's on the trending page.
Lock me down. Inject me. Inject again.
I'm gay, trans, and I am boosted.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, can you? Okay, I need to know. I don't understand.
So
I thought Russia was like bad.
well, that's part of the programming, but
Okay.
you don't really know why. No, Putin's justified. So
Thinking that Russia's bad is part of the programming, guys. You guys have opened programs to believe this. So have I, you know. My programming has been living in Russia for 24 years, you know. That was my programming, to think that Russia's government is bad. So Sneeko can't really come for me, but you guys, though, watching this video, you guys gotta have better justifications, because, you know, Sneeko's gonna call your boss and you'll have nothing to respond with, you know. Your argument will be completely shattered, so you guys better get working.
why? No, Putin's justified. So they're putting missiles and they're putting weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine right next to Russia.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
I think NATO wants to get Ukraine involved in that. They're trying to globalize the world. It's all part of the New World Order. So Putin wants to invade.
New World Order, huh?
He doesn't want Ukraine. He doesn't want.
What is the solution to Russia? What do you mean? What do you mean? And as GAM 1000? I mean, what is the solution to the current situation? Or are you asking long term? If you're either way, okay, short term, the solution is to provide enough aid to Ukraine that it's able to repel Russian forces out of its territory. And long term, to Russia itself, I guess the only thing that I can think of is a deep restructuring of Russia itself. Deep political restructuring. Hi, it's very nice to meet you. What's the current topic? The current topic is Sneeko having very bad takes on Ukraine and the conflict. What if aiding Ukraine escalates what Russia is willing to do to win the war? How do you mean? Like, Russia is already escalating. Russia's escalating to the max. Russia's bombing cities. Russia's attacking dams. Every time Russia lost a war, they had political reforms. Yeah, but not all political reforms are good, Ayuch. Not all political reforms are equal. I'm not sure if Russia losing World War I led to some good political reforms. I meant more akin to what happened in Nazi Germany after it lost the war, or even what happened to Japan after it lost the war. I'm thinking of restructuring more along those lines than Russia losing World War I and then the Bolsheviks taking over. It led though? I have no idea what that means. Let's assume that they won't use nuclear if they can just take over Ukraine. If you prevent them from taking Ukraine, they might start using nukes. Yeah, but by that logic, let's assume they won't use nuclear if they can just take over Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, etc. Like, if Russia can just be allowed to take over Ukraine because if they just take over Ukraine, they will not use nuclear. Then what's stopping them from just taking over Poland? You know? Is there any good reason to believe that they won't stop if they take over Ukraine? How about Putin saying publicly that Poland is next for denazification after Ukraine? Is that a good enough reason to think that they might not stop after Ukraine? Putin's own words. Him saying that his initial speech when he wanted to invade Ukraine, that all of the post-Soviet sphere countries actually belong to Russia and should return to it. Is that enough of an indicator that he might not stop after Ukraine? What if they pinky promise? Also, the reforms that were before the Bolshevik Revolution were a mess, and they basically opened the door for the Bolshevik Revolution. I would need a video, but did he say in the video that he would do it through war? Denazify Poland, you mean? How else would he do it? How else would Putin denazify Poland? Boston Herald. Poland next after Ukraine, Putin's ally says. Ambassador says not likely. Daily Express. Putin targets. Now the range Putin targets Poland. Russia says Warsaw next in line for denazification. Is there
60% of Finns have been against joining NATO.
We have no idea. They were an improvement. They were just introducing chaos. I'm sorry. They were such an improvement that they led to Bolsheviks taking over.
Missiles right next to his country, so he's invading. He's saying, no, I'm against NATO. Fuck off. And then America's like, but Ukraine is Zelensky.
Okay, so you're pro-Putin, so explain to me what kind of a...
Especially when the Tsar opened fire on peaceful protesters. That was a nice event. Full of reform, wasn't it? That was cool.
chess move it was that Finland just joined NATO after
True.
Russia started messing with Ukraine. Because now NATO's border with Russia has increased. And
yeah, actually, Yeltsin did enable Putin, if you actually look into the history of it. Yeah. Of course, yeah. Do you think that Russia was well handled by Yeltsin? Do you think that Russia was well handled under Yeltsin and the fact that Putin came after was just a one big freak accident? Putin was being propped for power during Yeltsin, by the way.
now NATO actually can station missiles.
Yeah, I guess I will make that argument.
the border with Russia. I wonder what kind of, Putin W that was. I also wonder if you even heard of the fact that Putin actually tried to join NATO at one point. So, according to you, Putin was also, part of the globalist power that wanted to turn the world into a new world order, so... Again, I don't think you know anything about history of Russia or Ukraine or any of these countries, and I think it's very possible that Siko's, take of name one Ukrainian person, like, have you ever heard of Ukraine?
Have you ever heard of Ukraine?
Why shouldn't we care? Because we have no connection to it. Name one Ukrainian person.
I disagree, then. Russia was handled about as well as it could be. It's just not suitable for democracy. Can you elaborate on this opinion? What do you mean it's just not suited for democracy? Do you think there's something in the... Do you think that there's something in the Russian genes that make them unsuitable for democracy? What makes Russia unsuitable for democracy? I knew you were going in this direction. I was 100% sure you were going in this direction with this argumentation.
Exactly.
Do you care about Ukraine? Why? Those are actual people.
I don't know one person. Name one Ukrainian person.
You don't have to know somebody to care,
Oh, there we go.
That whole entire thing he has, I think it's just him showing that he did not know what Ukraine is until...
So I guess I don't matter either. I bet he would say, can you name one Polish person?
24th of February 2022. So, again, you don't know shit about history.
I mean, Russia is already escalating non-stop. How... I'm just gonna ask that. Where do you escalate from genocide? Where exactly do you escalate from genocide? I'll ask you this. As game. Oh, so what you're saying is that Russia will just escalate to committing suicide because nuclear war would be suicide for Russia. Suicide would certainly be a type of escalation. Mistakes were made in every post-Soviet country. Russia just couldn't abandon imperialism.
You don't know what it's like to be Russian or Ukrainian. You don't know shit about this region or the history of this region. So shut up. Your entire opinion is just formed of this ridiculous
Is Belarus suitable for democracy, by the way, Ayuch? Is Belarus suitable for democracy? I want to know. I want to know the answer.
Conspiracy theory brain Mark Dice fucking... What's that guy that does these ridiculous anti-vaccine pictures? That is you. That is you right now. You're an NPC.
Yes, actually. Or is it? So what makes Belarus different from Russia then? I would like a breakdown.
You gotta realize that.
Because it has also made mistakes in the 90s and... And it has Lukashenko. It's much smaller and the society protested in big numbers against Lukashenko. Yeah, but it didn't lead to anything, did it?
America, NATO, New World Order, and Russia good fighting against imperialism and fighting against woke bad.
Oh, Jesus.
LGBT bad, Putin good for banning LGBT-based, Putin-based president.
That's you. That is you.
By that logic, Russia is also suitable for democracy. It did protest against the Tsar, didn't it? The citizens did protest against the Tsar, The threat of mutual destruction benefits Russia more than the rest of the world. Why?
You fucking bots. I'm flipping it on you.
And he's a good guy, and we have not, like, why do we care about Ukraine? They've brainwashed all of us. Putin is completely justified. I'm pro-Putin.
Oh my God.
They have less to lose. What makes you say that?
I can't with this guy, man. He wants to beat States. He's basically a Nazi at this point, and he's also pro-Putin. Like, bro, pick a struggle, please.
Am I blue pill about foreign policy? I think I am. I thought Russia was bad. I didn't even know.
Well, I mean, even if Russia was bad, what do we have business doing in Ukraine and Russia? That's their business.
I mean, it's a geopolitical conflict. It's a global conflict at this point. What do you mean, Sneeko?
Look, if we can learn from our mistakes in involving ourselves in Vietnam and Iraq, we should stop getting in wars that have nothing to do with us.
Imagine comparing Vietnam and Iraq to Ukraine. That is not like an applicable comparison in the slightest. You think you're being so original in your thinking by like opposing American imperialism. Dude, most of the world does. Like, this is just peak I'm not like the other girl syndrome. And it's just, you know, yet again, this guy is literally my video from a few years ago called Stop Idolizing Russia Personified. You know, these
damn
red pill people that, you know, oppose like, you know, Western degeneracy or whatever.
Red pill people are just not very smart. Not very smart.
That are super woke and everything that the US does. These people essentially end up simping for Russia because in their heads, in their opinion, Russia is this sort of, you know, base conservative country where there's no feminists, there's no, you know, annoying women that, you know, you have to listen to. These people think that Russian women are all, you know, subservient, quiet housemates, essentially.
Jesus.
And that Russia is a country that is free of, you know, woke culture or whatever. And that is why Russia has more free speech
Yes, Ayuch is Polish.
In the West, because in Russia you can say the N-word, basically. And these people literally ends up thinking that Russia is a freer country than America, than countries of the European Union. And now with this, you know, new developments in the Russia storyline, they're simping for Russia even more, because now Russia is also fighting against evil American imperialism by
invading their neighbor.
Doing more imperialism and bringing more pain and hurts into the world.
And genocide. It's the biggest conflict in Europe since World War II. I would say that's plenty reason to care. But it's so far away, though. But it's so far away.
It's a business. Being at war constantly funnels a lot of money for the American
government. But they
government.
also spend the money, too. Like, doesn't it it's like a big percentage of our national
It's a giant scam. Like, we give $45 billion to Zelensky, and then he's giving handouts to different politicians. That money's not really going to Ukraine.
Oh.
Oh. It's not like that there's this huge hundreds of pages report on how the aid is actually used. It's not that report is public for everybody to read.
Oh, see, I got red pilled even further. I don't even...
I don't know.
I don't even...
who this lady is. I don't want to say anything bad about her. But is she high filming this? Like, you gotta have better responses than that, honestly. Well, I'm assuming that Sneeko has seen all the documents of how money flows to Ukraine, and he has real proof that that money is not being actually sent to Ukraine. And if it isn't, then I wonder how Ukraine is winning exactly, you know? I mean, his point is the US is giving money to Ukraine, and therefore is like, you know, funding World War III or whatever. And
well, the US is not exactly... Okay, this video is 10 months old, so I can forgive it. But the US is not exactly giving money to Ukraine now. Unless something has changed tonight. When it comes to this topic. Has anything changed? Has there been a breakthrough?
we should stop doing this and just let Russia take over, because of course that's, you know, logical. And it's obviously, you know, due to the support, Russia is having a very hard time right now. But also, the US is sending money to Ukraine, however, it's not actually going to Ukraine, it's actually going to Democrat politicians' pockets. So, in reality, Ukraine is...
What? How would that even work? I still ask. How is that even supposed to work? Hold on.
is not getting help, then I guess, I don't know, like, once again, it's this, you know, classic takeoff. It didn't happen, but they deserved it, so,
W Poon.
Yeah, I don't think I will. I don't think I will, personally. Oh,
W Putin.
I see here is just, you know, an appalling lack of knowledge on anything, a very America-centric view of the world, because obviously, you know, these people think that everything revolves on anything. I think I will. I don't think I will, personally. All I see here is just, you know, an appalling lack of knowledge on anything, a very America-centric view of the world, because obviously, you know, these people think that everything revolves around America, and that, you know, this is all part of a huge scam and plan, and maybe Russia's in on it too. And Sneeko doesn't care about the people of Ukraine, which are over 40 million people, by the way. He doesn't care, he has no empathy, because he's a child, mentally and emotionally, and his brain is literally just a mush consisting of right-wing conspiracy theories. He's basically, you know, on the level of Mark Dice at this point, so...
Oh my god.
Alex Jones or any of the fine gentlemen that, you know, spew their bullshit on the internet. Yeah, man, I mean, what do I gotta say here? You know, it's just really sad that, you know, a creator that at one point I thought made sort of decent content, you know, that he went down this...
Did Sneeko really make decent content at some point? Is that really the trajectory that Sneeko went with? From decent content to Red Pill?
routes, and you know, his downfall has been absolutely insane to see. And yeah, it's not surprising, but it is disappointing to see.
Self-destructing is not winning. How is that winning as game? How is that winning?
His sakes on Russia and Ukraine.
It's definitely a bluff.
You know, seeing this guy that I once thought was a bright individual, you know, basically regurgitating absolutely tired boomer conservative talking points is just really sad. So, you know, honestly, all I can say here is, you know...
Yeah, I wanted to say the same. By that logic, I have nothing to lose either. If Poland is really next for denazification, why would I not trust Putin's own government on that? Then they're just gonna come and kill me anyway. So why should I care if Russia self-destructs? Like, why would I care if Russia's going to come here and kill me anyway? And why would I even care if Russia self-destructs via escalation? You see?
The words of a classic do not end up like Sneeko.
Oh gosh, Hamza.
Anyways, guys, yeah, that is going to be pretty much it for today's video, though. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you guys did, then please make sure to slap the like on it. As well, guys, if you want to
basically, yeah,
support this channel additionally, then make sure to go over to the link down in the description, become a YouTube member. It's basically like YouTube's own version of Patreon, and it's the best way to support me. And yeah, guys.
YouTube takes a big cut.
Guys, that is going to be pretty much it for today's video, though, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
So would you flee your country if Russia showed up? Of course not. I would stay. I would have my reasons to stay. Stay. Yes. Yes, indeed. So, that's the good moment for me to say, donate and subscribe to help me prepare for the best. Okay? For the best. For the worst. Help me to prepare. Close. I'm not going. Why would I leave my own stream to watch someone else's? Support your favorite streamer Lucy to help her navigate to waters if it comes to that. Yep. Keep in mind that in 94, as we've already established via watching the 93 news, in 94, Poland became an associate member of the European Union. Keep that in mind. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not trying to guilt trip you into donating to me. I'll simply die when Russia comes. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Where am I? Where are you from, X Game 1000? They will probably. What happens if you remove all soldiers from Ukraine? If Russia takes over, do they execute all Ukrainians? They will probably kill a lot of Ukrainians. They will probably transfer. They will start a very aggressive Russification program. They will probably execute the intellectual elite, try to eliminate the language. There's a lot of things that would happen. Maybe laugh though. I'm sorry. I'm not sure you know if even how was elsewhere. I learned from you last time in chat that you think knowing about other countries than France, Spain is irrelevant. So I kind of rather trust my own reading than your claims, to be frank with you. Okay. I guess we're done with this. This was very interesting. Sneeko is like a full-blown genius. Like, what an intellectual Sneeko is. What an intellectual. Damn. If only there were brave, handsome, big, strong streamers that could handle a debate with someone like Sneeko, I would watch it. I'd watch that. I'd watch that stream. I'd watch that debate. It would make me entertained. It would certainly entertain me in a good way. Glitch Master, you should at least stop being white. Stop being white. Please. What is this? Lupin the Third. Poland unemployment was much worse than Russia for almost the whole 90s, and nobody in Russia or Poland had any savings anyway, so inflation doesn't matter. But the idea that it's irrelevant compared to inflation is plain stupidity and fundamental misunderstanding of economics. Also, I would kindly remind you that hyperinflation, mega hyperinflation, doesn't just affect what savings you have. It also affects what you can buy. just a reminder that it also affects what your buying power. That's true. I would remind you once again that last night we have learned just last night from President Lech Wałęsa himself that he has secured a lot of money from the US in the 90s for Poland. Millions of dollars. So, I don't think, at least I would need to look into it. I'm not sure if the US pumped millions of dollars into Russia in the early 90s. Like, there were a lot of things that were actually working in favor of Poland in the early 90s. We had this super export person when it comes to the world, like Wałęsa. Saving generally was not a very great thing in Eastern Bloc. Or you had people getting out through privatization, massive amount of wealth through that. State property. I don't want a 10. You should get a 10. Also, my parents actually, believe it or not, started savings for me when I was an infant or something. My parents started a fund for me that they hoped would become big as the years went by. They put some good amount of money on my little fund that was supposed to bring me good fortune in the future. And then when we went to check it out when I was a teen, the fund still existed. It was just pennies. For example, my father worked for 3 months in Austria in the 90s and paid from that half the mortgage for house. I'm not sure that's a really good, I'm sorry, but that's a very weak argument. That's a really weak argument for saying that hyperinflation is good for citizens on a systemic level. So what? Should all Polish people have left Poland and just worked abroad in a much stronger currency and then went home to Poland? Was that the systemic? Just because your dad left Poland and made a bunch of money working abroad, it doesn't mean that hyperinflation good, actually. I'm sorry. That's just... It's like saying, hey, you know what? The situation in Russia economically, it's actually pretty good right now. Because you might... a person potentially might go abroad, work a bunch, get money, and then go home to Russia and they'll be set. They'll have a lot of the strong currency that they'll make. Yeah, it won't change the fact that Russia is screwed economically, will it? You cannot turn around and turn it into the argument of, well, actually the economic situation in Russia is pretty cool because people can just get out and work for a stronger currency and go back. This is just a very weak argument. I'm sorry. It's like saying, hey, my Polish currency is actually a lot stronger in Vietnam, which means that from my perspective, Vietnam is actually pretty cool economically. That's just okay. Okay. You know? You're focusing on inflation, but it's not the definitive indicator. I mean, I'm not focusing on inflation. I'm talking about hyperinflation, which is a little bit of a different beast than just inflation. Well, then what does explain it? What does explain it, Ayuch? Because I assume you have an explanation for Russia's turn back to autocracy. Just you saying that they're unsuitable for democracy does not satisfy me. You have to tell me why they are unsuitable. You have to tell me what the explanation is. If you think that the economic struggle is not, Poland was also centralized. Do you not know how centralized Poland was after 1989? Poland was extremely centralized after 1989. And Hungary is not a big country, by the way. It also has an autocracy. Also, a lot of the huge Russian territory is just unlivable. A lot of Russia is unlivable. Huge swaths of territory in Russia are just unlivable. Have you taken that into consideration? Like Poland was centralized. So what? The only reason why Poland did not just slip back to autocracy is because Poland is smaller than Russia? Because otherwise it just would have? Is that what you're saying? Is that in case of Poland, size decided in the favor of Poland not becoming an autocracy, and Russia just happened to be bigger and so became one? So are you saying what Poland is like unfit? Like, so are you saying that it's just because Poland is smaller? Are you saying that the only reason Poland is not an autocracy is just because it's small compared to Russia? Is that what you're saying? Was that actually your argument? That if Poland was bigger, it would be an autocracy by now? But that makes no sense. Because Ukraine is also big. Ukraine is the second biggest country in Europe after Russia. Ukraine also inherited a similarly centralized system, and yet it moved towards democracy at the end of the day. Can you explain that to me? No, I don't agree. If Poland was still... Second of all, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not just Poland. So that in itself is a nonsensical statement, because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a totally different structure than Poland. Saying if Poland was still Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth just betrays you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania. You're comparing a composite state to a nation state to begin with. So no, I don't agree that it would turn to, there would be an autocracy. No, I'm not. In fact, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth political structure was set up in a way that overcorrected when it came to not allowing an autocracy. It led to paralysis of any sort of decision making because the nobles were so afraid of an autocracy forming. Russia is not a composite state by any sense of the word, no. If you think that Russia is a composite state, then you're delusional. It is not. And that overcorrection led to collapse. Sort of, kind of, not exactly. How is Russia not a composite state? Because Russia is not exactly a country composed of partner states in a union, is it? It's just Russia conquering and dominating all other countries in an imperialistic way. If you call that a composite state, then by that logic, the German Empire was a composite state. The Austro-Hungary Empire was a composite state. Every empire in history was a composite state, by your logic. What makes a composite state is countries being in a union. Does Chechnya have any real say as to the politics of the Russian Federation? No, it does not. It actually has not. It doesn't matter if everything is different and if it's a uniform state. It's a subservient state. So it doesn't matter. You don't understand my argument at all. Was the Russian Empire a composite state in your opinion? Just because the Congress Kingdom of Poland existed within it? Because again, by your logic, the Russian Empire was a composite state. After all, the Congress Kingdom existed. It had laws, culture, it had a language, it had everything. So that's nonsensical. I don't think you know what a composite state is, which is a shame. The Russian Federation is definitely not a composite state. Let's see if anyone even agrees with you. Boy. The Russian Federation is the composite state. I'm just seeing that a state which has many different parts is harder to rule. Why? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by harder to rule? You mean to govern? I'm sorry, that's just nonsensical. If you think that is what led to Russia being authoritarian. That is a good example. What about the US? The US has so many different parts. Each state has their own laws. Each state has its own culture. The US does not even have an official language. The US does not even have a state language. Not a mandated one. Oh wow. Interesting. So there's this article from 30th of March 2021, and it asks, why did Russia not become a composite state? I don't know. I don't think you understand what a composite state is. Oh yeah, each state has also its own electoral laws, which I personally think is a mistake, but, you know, I think that's a flaw in the US, but that each state has its own electoral laws. I think that's a bit of a... I think that's pretty bad. You know? Jesus. I don't know. I might go to the next topic soon. Jesus. I guess that's it. I guess the topic has run its course on the. I guess we're finished with the. I'm sorry, you just don't know what a composite state is. I'm sorry. A composite state is not when one country takes over a bunch of other countries and basically dominates them. That's not a composite state. That's not how a composite state functions. Do you know why it had a civil war to begin with? Do you think I'm not arguing in a foreign language? Do you think Karasu is not arguing in a foreign language? We're all arguing in a foreign language here. I'm Polish, like you. We're all arguing in a foreign language right now. We're having a foreign language debate. Isn't that a bit of a cop-out? Also, we're not arguing about definitions. When Karasu asks you, how do you define something, she's asking you, how do you understand that thing? And if you cannot even explain that, then we're not gonna go anywhere. Are we? If we cannot even establish a common understanding of certain words, then what's even the point of talking, right? At that point. You cannot just throw words and expect people to understand them as in the same way as you do. If clearly you're using the word in a different way. That's not reasonable. Is it? Oh no, you're from Poland. Sorry to hear that. Why are you sorry to hear that, cosmic entity? Also, I might as well ask people to join. Why are you sorry about that? Where are you from, cosmic entity? Damn. I'm being attacked for my origins. So I'm gonna do a brief thing right now. I'm gonna do a brief thing I wanted to show you. Because for some time now, Ukraine has been doing a very effective strategy of attacking oil refineries, which sort of, as you may be aware, damages Russian economic capabilities quite a bit. And so there's been a rumor that actually the US has been asking Ukraine to stop. And that rumor has actually been very recently confirmed that the US is not very happy with Ukraine attacking oil refineries because it might affect global oil prices, and the US would not have it. And since right now, for all intents and purposes, the US is not giving Ukraine any aid, we are having ourselves a very weird and awkward situation in which, on the one hand, the US is not really giving Ukraine the means to defend itself, and on the other hand, we are dealing with a situation in which Ukraine is being told by the US to stop doing what works, even with the limited resources that Ukraine has at its disposal. And I've seen there's been this thin on Twitter here. The US does not support Ukraine's strikes inside the Russian Federation. US Secretary of State Blinken commenting on the strikes on the refineries. Which, let's hear it. Sounds ridiculous on its face to me, but let us hear it. Who lost a lot of ground? Who are they? I hope you mean Russians.
Thank you, John. Let me take the second question first. It has been our view and policy from day one when it comes to Ukraine to do everything we possibly can to help Ukraine defend itself against this Russian aggression. At the same time, we have neither supported nor enabled strikes by Ukraine outside of its territory.
Which is ridiculous, by the way, because it basically means that according to Antony Blinken, Russia can just attack and destroy Ukraine as much as it wants, but the US does not allow Ukraine to defend itself de facto by attacking, for example, places from which, in Russia, from which Russia is shooting missiles at Ukraine. Also, everything we possibly can while aid is being blocked in the House of Speakers. Like, this is ridiculous. We're doing everything we possibly can by not sending aid at all. You can see probably why this is infuriating. You can see why this is pretty infuriating. You know? It's just, Russia is just allowed to bombard Ukraine safely from Russia, but Ukraine is not able to do anything to sort of attack those military targets within Russia because, well, the US is not happy with that. Especially not happy when Ukraine attacks oil refineries. Which, by the way, there's been a new attack. Let me see if I can find it. I had it somewhere around here. Thank God it looks like Ukraine is not really listening to the US when it comes to the attack on refineries. Should be a video. I thought there was a video. Tools, last 24 hours. Ukrainian drone hits Russia's third biggest refinery, Reuters. So, thank goodness, Ukraine is actually not listening to the US when it comes to not attacking refineries. Because would why would Ukraine listen to the US? The US has not really any leverage when it comes to this. Like what is the US gonna do? Withdraw aid even more than it does. Bring aid to the, I don't know, negative digits. Taneko refinery has capacity. Taneko refinery has capacity of 340,000 barrels per day. Pictures show primary refining unit was hit. Industry source, damage not significant. Ukraine claims responsibility for drone strike. Attack 1,300 kilometers. Moscow, April 2nd. A Ukrainian drone struck Russia's third largest oil refinery on Tuesday, about 1,300 kilometers from the front lines, hitting a unit that processes about 155,000 barrels of crude per day, though an industry source said strike caused no critical damage. And also there's the fact that Ukraine had to also develop its drone manufacturing capacity because, as Ukraine rightfully says, we are using our own drones to attack these refineries. We're not using any weapons that we got from you. You know? So I don't think so, Cosmic Entity, since it seems like Ukraine is not letting itself being pressured not to attack the refineries. It attacked the biggest one just now. Well, one of the biggest, the third biggest. It just attacked and damaged the third biggest refinery. So it seems like Ukraine is not really falling to this idea that the US can just easily leverage aid. Russian officials said jamming devices locked onto a Ukrainian drone near Tatnef's Taneko refinery, which has an annual production capacity of more than 17 million tons. Pictures from the scene showed the drone hit the primary refining unit CDU-7, though it did not appear to have caused serious damage. The industry source who spoke to Reuters on condition of anonymity said personnel was returning to the plant. A fire was extinguished within 20 minutes, the state news agency RIA said, adding that output had not been disturbed. So basically this was what I would personally call this a failed attack then. Like if the damage was not critical, if the input was not really disturbed, if there was no effect on the operations of this plant, on this refinery, then this has not been a successful attack in my opinion. The affected unit accounts for around a half of the plant's total annual production capacity. The refinery represents about 6.2% of Russia's refining capacity. It is also remaining to be seen. It remains to be seen if what's being told about the level of damage of this refinery is true, because Russia could just be bluffing about it as well. Brent briefly rose above $89 a barrel for the first time since October amid concern over the Ukrainian drone attacks and the escalating conflict in the Middle East. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made no direct reference to the Tatarstan attack, but said Kyiv's long-distance military action against Russia was important. Equally important is that the Russian terrorists are receiving responses to their strikes, he said in his nightly video address. Each time, longer range responses. That's right. Russia should not feel that it can just attack Ukraine without Ukraine being able to do any sort of retaliation. Like, that should not be a thing. Targeting oil revenue. This is a pretty big part of Ukraine's strategy when it comes to this war, targeting oil revenue of Russia, because it's basically the main thing that is funding Russia's invasion. Another Ukrainian intelligence source said Ukrainian-made drones had also hit a Russian plant producing long-range Shahid attack drones, causing significant damage. The Washington Post reported last year that Russia was mass-producing drones at a plant in Tatarstan. Ukraine has in recent months begun attacking the oil refineries of Russia, the world's second largest oil exporter, impacting Moscow's highly lucrative trade in refined products amid extensive Russian missile strikes on Ukraine's energy grid. According to Reuters calculations, around 14% of Russia's refining capacity has been shut down by drone attacks. There is more demand for refined oil products than for Russian crude, which makes sense, sort of. The attacks on Russian refineries have raised concern in Washington about the potential for escalation with Russia, which, interestingly enough, the response of Russia when it comes to these attacks, the non-escalatory, you could say, response of Russia when it comes to these attacks on the refineries had led, for example, NATO to straight up consider rethinking its strategy when it comes to support of Ukraine. You know? Ukraine said its drone attacks on Russia are justified because it's fighting for survival and has suffered damage to its infrastructure from Russian airstrikes. And I sort of agree with this. I agree with this. Ukraine, which says it has been attacked by more than 4,630 Russian long-range Shahid drones during the 25-month-old war, regards its own drone production push as a way to hit back at a much better armed and larger enemy. Since President Vladimir Putin sent Russian forces into Ukraine in 2022, drones have played a big part in the war, either as kamikaze attackers or as eyes in the sky that guide other weaponry to kill soldiers or destroy equipment. Ukraine has carried out a series of high-profile attacks deep inside Russia, meant to either undermine Russia's war machine or, as with 2023 drone strike on the Kremlin, bring the reality of war to the very heart of Russia. A powerful ally of Putin said on Tuesday that NATO was essentially fighting Russia in Ukraine and that the US-led alliance has helped organize strikes on Russian territory. When asked if Russia, thought the United States was involved in the attacks on Russian refineries, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said on Tuesday the question was better addressed to the Defense Ministry and Security Services. The Kyiv regime continues its terrorist activity, Peskov said. We and our military are primarily working to minimize this threat and subsequently to eliminate it. See, Russia still continues this narrative of Ukraine being basically a terrorist state. They build this whole line from, it started with Dugin's daughter, continued with the attack on the Crimea Bridge, and then the Crocus Hall, and now, of course, in between and now, the refineries. It is all sort of being framed as acts of terrorism by Ukraine. You know? So there we go. The Kyiv regime. The Kyiv regime is the way that Russia refers to the Ukrainian government. Ukrainian sources say Kyiv alone is responsible for the planning and execution of drone attacks in Russia. Well, yeah, the US is telling Ukraine to stop. The United States says it does not support Ukrainian strikes inside Russia. We've just watched a video on Twitter. Tuesday's attacks also hit enterprises in Yelabuga and Nizhneamsk, and some people were injured. Tatarstan's regional governor Rustam Minikhanov said 2 drones struck a dormitory on the territory of the Alabuga Special Economic Zone, and at least 7 people were injured, Russian media reported. And I think that's just it has been a very unreasonable expectation from the very beginning, from where I stand, that Ukraine has been given weapons, but it has been forbidden from attacking military targets within Russia, which meant that, for example, Ukraine could not take out the enemy's capabilities of launching missiles at cities. Right? Wait, who blocked your messages? Nobody blocked your messages. Your messages are here. Who are the sensitive people? Also, the segment's over. Who are the sensitive people? What messages of yours were blocked and where? Your messages are still up. Nothing's blocked. Your freedom of speech is preserved. You are safe. Your honor is safe. The hair is dead. Damn. George Orwell blocked it. True. Okay, yes. That is my opinion on the matter. It is ridiculous for the US to withhold aid, a significant portion of aid that is crucial for Ukraine to be able to win in the first place, and then also ask Ukraine not to attack oil refineries. One of the strategies that works for Ukraine pretty well, even though Ukraine is very limited in its resources. You know? So I guess we'll move on. We will move on to the next topic, the main dish of today, which is a US-centric topic. Wow. I'm so excited for this one. So let's jump into it. So you might have watched, or you might have not watched, my recent little talk about how Ukrainian people boost Polish economy. I did this little sort of spiel, this little speech, we've read a little bit of an article which demonstrated that Ukrainian people have put more money into the Polish budget than was given to Ukrainian people from the budget to help them to provide social services and so on and so forth. And so I have sort of, in doing so, demonstrated, illustrated a clear-cut case in which immigration has benefits on the economy and for the people that are already living in the country. For example, Poland has a big deficit when it comes to doctors. Ukrainian people are coming in and taking up those roles of doctors, for example. And it's also a clear-cut example of how when a state makes it easy for immigrants to get a job, for example, not demanding of immigrants to get a permit to work, it creates good results because a lot more people much faster get a job, right? It's simple. It's pretty simple actually how that works. And now, unfortunately, even though it is pretty documented that overall immigration is a positive on economies, that actually when people go to a foreign country in order to build a better life for themselves, in order to get a job, in order to start a family, in order to start a new life, they will generally speaking be a positive for the economy. Even though that is the case, there is, I would call it a global phenomenon of immigration and refugees alike being used as political tokens, usually for reactionary parties to gain votes. To gain votes when it comes to elections, usually to get into power. It has worked for a lot of countries in Europe, and it also seems to be a big strategy for Donald Trump in the current election. And there are, of course, you could say universal arguments that are being levied against immigrants and also refugees by extension for that matter. And I guess you could say these branch out into two main sort of lines of argumentation. One is economical and one is, I guess I will call it criminal. So one whole branch is that, and that argumentation is used a lot more in that argumentation is a lot more used in Europe when the reactionary parties and a lot of people, okay, I'll say that once I say what the thing is. It is basically the argument that the refugees, immigrants, whatever you want, will come into the country, overwhelm social services, demand social services, that the state will try to sort of accommodate all these new people, give them an apartment, give them social services from which they will leech. They will not work. They will just siphon from the budget, and that the budget will collapse, that the immigrants will cause the budget to collapse, and for the social services that are supposed to be for the people already living in the country also will collapse, and everything will just become worse for people because of those darn immigrants that just come to the countries to leech on the system. That's basically a very common line of argumentation within Europe. And what is really bad about this, is that this line of argumentation actually gets, this argumentation tracks not just with the core sort of electorate of usually those right-wing movements. Those sort of actual arguments actually track with people that usually otherwise consider themselves pretty progressive on many things, which is a thing that is extremely unfortunate. That this immigration is a thing that depends on very sort of, I will use the term, it depends on the things that sort of to many people make sense on an intuitive level, and it takes a certain amount of getting into it more to sort of explain why certain things that are said about immigration and about refugees is not as it's portrayed to be. You know? And it is a fact that, an unfortunate fact, is that it's much easier to spread sort of this fear-mongering. It is much easier to fear-monger on a big scale than to calmly sit down with people and explain to them. You see, for example, we have this example of Ukrainian people that I gave. People still wrote in my comments that I don't understand that Ukraine people will just overwhelm social services, when in the video I've said clearly that Ukrainian people have put more into the budget than the government has given to Ukrainian people via social services. Right? So it's a much bigger job to sort of sit down with people and explain the sort of nuances, the economical nuances of how, you know, immigrants can affect the economy and how the interaction works there. It's much harder than for politicians to say, yeah, those Ukrainians will just come here, they will collapse the system, they will just, you know, they will leech on the system and they will just make things worse for all of you. Like, that's, there we go, I said it. That's it. You don't have to go into any more details. That's it. And that makes people afraid, that makes people nervous, and that will make even moderate people sort of think, I hate this party, I hate this politician when it comes to most things, but I'm sort of warming up on voting for them because it feels like they will have a policy when it comes to immigration that I sort of am favorable to because of that fear that has been instilled. Does that make sense? Does any of that make sense? So that's one. What's one of those two pillars, right? Is the economical one of the I don't know if it's used as much in the US, because I don't think that the social, I'm not even sure if their social services as is robust in the US as in the mentioned places in Europe. But the collapsing of the social systems is a common argument within Europe. The second argument that is, I'm pretty sure, just universal across the board in the US, in Europe, and in many other places is that refugees and immigrants will bring with themselves violence and crime. That's basically also a thing that is used across the board. That immigrants bring crime and violence. That they will just come and kill your family, rape your wife, and steal everything that you possess. That's basically the line. Especially when it comes to immigration of people that are not white. In which case, there's also, I guess, a third branch. I said two, but I guess a third branch has emerged, sort of. You know? The third branch, which is also a big argument that is being used in the US, is that the immigrants will flood the country and change the very makeup of it, which has, there's a name to this thing. It's called the Great Replacement Theory, basically. It basically alludes to the fact that a bunch of people of color will flood the country and basically change the makeup of the country and change the nature of the country, therefore. And the implication is that the new nature of the country will, of course, be inferior to what is now. Right? That is the strong implication of this whole thing, that those people from those countries will just come and replace us and make things, again, worse. And it seems, yeah, basically, yeah. And it seems like in Donald Trump's campaign, a very strong element of it is, of course, fear-mongering against immigrants, fear-mongering against the crisis on the southern border, which, of course, for Trump is nothing new. He did run in the past on the slogan of building the wall, which is, of course, also the same thing, like that that Mexicans are basically rapists and murderers, and they had to be stopped from coming to the US, and so a wall needs to be built. And I don't know how that was supposed to work. Mexico was supposedly expected to pay for it. You know? So yeah, actually, that was a big part of Trump's campaign. Build a wall with Mexico. Yeah. Of course. So let's take a look, because there are a few articles that I have here. I have an article here. So there's a reason. There's a reason why I've been talking about this. How certain anti-immigration slogans actually go far beyond just the reactionary base, because it triggers certain intuitive fears in people on on a certain intuitive level. Oh yeah, those people actually might be violent. Oh yeah, those people actually might cause the systems to collapse, the budget sort of to collapse. Oh yeah, the great replacement theory is usually reserved for the more radical sort of voter base within a country. But those arguments of, hey, these people, these foreigners might actually be violent, and oh, these foreigners might just come here and live on welfare and drain the budget. Those are arguments that actually speak to fairly moderate people, because it just speaks to certain fears. And from my, by the way, I guess I can speak to some of my experience. From my experience when it comes to people who are undocumented, because there's a lot of fear mongering about illegal immigration in the US, that illegal immigrants are somehow causing a disproportional amount of crime, which, as far as I know, studies have sort of disproven that. But based on my experiences in Poland, when it comes to undocumented immigrants, when it comes to illegal immigrants, I guess, what they want to do, first and foremost, are two things, okay? Which actually the first one excludes committing crime totally, because the first thing that they want to do is to stay low, as low as possible, and to just, which makes sense. They're undocumented, so of course they will try to stay as low as possible and not draw attention to themselves as much as possible. And the other thing that they will try to do is, of course, to survive, to get some sort of a way to get money, to get some sort of a job. Usually, when it comes to undocumented immigrants in Poland, that is being done via existing local communities that will sort of allow these people to get some form of employment within the group, if that makes sense. Right? Usually, an undocumented person will, again, try to stay as sort of low as possible, and also to get some sort of employment to be able to survive. A third thing that some undocumented immigrants try to do is, of course, to become documented immigrants. That is also a thing that they will do on the side, sort of to try to find avenues through which they will be able to not be undocumented anymore, because they will not have to live in constant stress and fear of being deported. You know? So there's a certain just arguments that are just across the board universal, because they speak to certain base fears. And again, it's much easier to spread a misinformation, a simply packaged misinformation about a group, than to sit down and calmly explain why those things are not true, which is why those sort of that is why that sort of rhetoric spreads and is effective when it comes to gaining votes. You know? Does that make sense? It's just a rhetoric that takes a lot of time to combat. As with all misinformation, it's easy to spread it, but it takes a lot more time to sort of combat it. By the way, a lot of time illegal immigrants are first starting to be legal ones, and due to, for some reasons another fail to maintain that status when renewal is necessary. So the idea that, oh yeah, of course, yeah. For example, a classic case is that um, a person has temporary sort of that a person's legal status depend on them having employment, they lose a job. That is a very classic case of people becoming illegal immigrants. Like you have a job, you lose your job, you're having problems finding a new job. In the meantime, your legal stay sort of expires and you cannot renew it because you don't have a job. That's a pretty clear cut classic case, isn't it? Yeah. That's a pretty classic system of how people can lose their status. And of course, there was the infamous Polish visa scandal, in which the Polish law and justice government sort of scammed people. I'm just going to use that term, who wanted to get into Poland into possibly getting visas for $5,000. And then, for example, they would come to Poland expecting to be hired, and the person that was supposed to hire them would not even exist. So, okay, let's look at the article. I've sort of built up a case. I've sort of built up a thing, and now we can get into it. Now we can get into the article proper. React. Why Trump's alarmist message on immigration may be resonating beyond his base. I was sort of making this whole intro because on the first hand, it might feel baffling as to why Trump's rhetoric on immigration may be resonating with not just with his fanatic base, but it just touches upon certain universal fears, you know? That rhetoric usually just plays on emotions, plays on fears of people, of like they fear that they will lose their security, that they will be in danger, that they will lose their safety nets, their social services, stuff like that. Washington. The video shared by former President Donald Trump features horror movie music and footage of migrants purportedly entering the US from countries including Cameroon, Afghanistan, which was a big number of people trying to get into Poland via Belarus, and China. Shots of men with tattoos and videos of violent crime are set against close-ups of people waving and wrapping themselves in American flags. They're coming by the thousands, Trump says in the video, posted on his social media site. We will secure our borders and we will restore sovereignty. See, this is like this the rhetoric of they will come by the thousands. It's basically an invasion. They are trying to replace us. They are bringing their crime. And sometimes, the less white the immigrants are, the argument will become they are bringing their disease and many other things. In his speeches and online posts, Trump ramped up anti-immigrant rhetoric as he seeks the White House a third time, casting migrants as dangerous criminals, poisoning the blood of America. So here we have the great replacement sort of mixed in. Poisoning the blood of America. These people will, basically, to put it bluntly, these people will come and disturb our racial makeup. That's basically what is being said here by poisoning the blood of America. Hitting the nation's deepest fault lines of race and national identity. His messaging often relies on falsehoods about migration, but it resonates with many of his core supporters going back a decade to when Build the Wall chants began to ring out at his rallies. You know? And it is extremely interesting and extremely baffling when it comes to the US, this rhetoric, considering that the United States of America is basically a country built on immigration. It's built by people that just left their countries in Europe or whatever to start a new life, to build a better life for themselves. That is basically what the US is built on. President Joe Biden and his allies discuss the border very differently. The Democrat portrays the situation as a policy dispute that Congress can fix and hits Republicans in Washington for backing away from a border security deal after facing criticism from Trump. But in a potentially worrying sign for Biden, Trump's message appears to be resonating with key elements of the Democratic coalition that Biden will need to win over this November. See, this is like the thing. This rhetoric of fear-mongering against immigrants does work on people that in many ways consider themselves to be pretty moderate. Because again, it speaks to many fears that people have. Fear of not being safe, fear of losing certain social sort of services that they think should be for them. Fear of losing their job to immigrants, fear of being attacked or mugged by immigrants. These are sort of things that, without calmly explaining the realities of certain situation, will really resonate with people. And again, it is much easier to spread fear-mongering than to explain things to people. Because fear-mongering is fast, snappy, simple. And sort of explaining more nuanced positions takes time. And the people are also in a hurry in their everyday lives. Not everybody has time to sort of sit down with somebody else and discuss, why actually the social systems will not necessarily collapse. Why actually immigrants, especially illegal ones, are not all that eager to commit crime, especially violent crime, etc., etc. You know? No, that's not true. Actually, that's actually not true. We're low 7. That's actually the whole point. It doesn't just speak to their base. It's not just dumb to everyone else. That's the sad truth of the situation. It works. And unfortunately, it's not just a thing that works on a rabid, xenophobic base. Like, again, but in a potentially worrying sign for Biden, Trump's message appears to be resonating with key elements of the Democratic coalition that Biden will need to win over this November. Roughly 2/3 of Americans now disapprove of how Biden is handling border security, including about 4 in 10 Democrats. 55% of black adults and 73% of Hispanic adults, according to an Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs research poll conducted in March. A recent Pew Research Center poll found that 45% of Americans described the situation as a crisis, and by this situation I mean the southern border thing, while another 32% said it was a major problem. You see, it is not just, it goes beyond just the base. That's the main problem with this. And this next sentence is actually very important because it also conflates a few different things. Vetrus Boyce, a Chicago-based racial justice activist, was among those who expressed frustration with Biden's immigration policies and the city's approach as it tries to shelter newly arriving migrants. She argued Democrats should be focusing on economic investment in black communities, not newcomers. Do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem with this rhetoric? Like, the problem is, which is another little psychological trick that is often used on people, that things are seen as either or. A country can either invest in newly arrived immigrants, or it can only invest in the people already living here. You know? When in reality, you can have programs that address problems that people that have been already living here face, while also creating a friendly policy for immigrants. Those things are not mutually exclusive. It's not an either or situation. And this quote basically indicates that the person says the Democrats should be focusing on economic investment in black communities, not newcomers. Like, this is, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, maybe someone will correct me in the chat, but in my opinion, this is basically a very similar argument to the US should not be sending aid to Ukraine. It should not be focusing on helping people abroad, because instead we should be fighting homelessness, or we should be investing in schools. You know? In my mind, that's basically the same line of argumentation. Like, there's this one limited pool of money within the budget, and if it's spent here, then it cannot be that there's, do you know what I mean? Yeah. They're sending us people who are starving the same way black people are starving in this country. They're sending us people who want to escape the conditions and come here for a better lifestyle, when the ones here are suffering and have been suffering for over 100 years, Boyce said. That recipe is a mixture for disaster. It's a disaster just waiting to happen. You know? It's just, I'm very disappointed to hear this sort of argumentation, because it misses the point. Like, it misses the whole point. It assumes that first of all, it actually assumes very naively, in my opinion, that if immigration was totally stopped, then the government would completely sort of laser focus on the problems of racial tensions in the US, on homelessness, on inequality of income, and just fix those things. Like, it's the same with Ukraine and aid. If only the US completely stopped aid, which, let's forget, for a moment that aid is actually being stopped at the moment. If only the US would stop aid, then the US would surely focus its whole attention on domestic affairs and just fix them. Surely. Just like now, when aid to Ukraine is being blocked in the House of Representatives, that means that the homelessness sort of index is falling by a few percent every single day. Every single day that aid to Ukraine is not being approved, more and more homeless people find housing and employment in the US. It is known. You know? Well, let's continue, I guess. Gracie Martinez is a 52-year-old Hispanic small business owner from Eagle Pass, Texas, the border town that Trump visited in February when he and Biden made some same-day trips to the state. Martinez said she once voted for former President Barack Obama and is still a Democrat, but now backs Trump mainly because of the border. It's terrible, she said. It's tons and tons of people, and they're giving them medical and money and phones. I've heard this, and I've heard about this. Apparently the phones are some form of tracking system, but that's neither here nor there. She said, complaining those who went through the legal immigration systems are treated worse. Those illegals, they're treated so well, like royalty. They're the royalty of immigration, basically. Priscilla Hesles, 55, a teacher who lives in Eagle Pass, Texas, described the current situation as almost an overtaking that had changed the town. We don't know where they're hiding. We don't know where they've infiltrated into and where they are going to come out of. So do you see how this just basically caters to certain base fears? They're invading. They are infiltrating. They are just doing all these horrible things. You know? They're doing all these horrible things to us via infiltration that is so bad. You know? And that is just so bad that is happening. I would like to see some statistics, actually. Said Hessels, who said she used to take an evening walk to a local church, but stopped after she was shaken by an encounter with a group of men she alleged were migrants. Immigration will almost certainly be one of the central issues in November's election, with both sides spending the next 6 months trying to paint the other as wrong on border security. Wait! Hold on. No, statistics were given. Again, a recent Pew Research Center poll found that 45% of Americans described the situation as a crisis at the border, while another 32% said it was a major problem. That's a statistic for you. Roughly 2/3 of Americans now disapprove of how Biden is handling border security, including about 4 in 10 Democrats. 55% of black adults and 73% of Hispanic adults, according to an Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs research poll conducted in March. Wait, was there really a raid? If so, then thank you. Was there really a raid? Squid raid, thank you. We're talking about immigration right now and the fear mongering that's associated with it. We're reading an article. I did a whole bit before it about how immigration fear mongering is basically a global wide phenomenon. How more right-wing reactionary parties are using the rhetoric of creating an atmosphere of fear against immigrants to win elections. How unfortunately that sort of rhetoric speaks not only to the radical voter base, but also to many people that normally consider themselves quite sort of moderate on issues. Many people who consider themselves moderate or even progressive on many issues will on board many sort of things about immigration, especially, for example, in Europe. A big example is that people will say those immigrants will come and just overwhelm our systems. They will overwhelm our social security. They will overwhelm our social services. That is a big talking point among sort of governments that try to win a re-election or win sort of parties that try to win an election. Also, hello, everybody. And also, of course, the very universal fear of refugees bringing with themselves crime. That is also a big fear-mongering point. And that brings us to the article that we are reading here. Why Trump's alarmist message on immigration may be resonating beyond his base. Hello. And we're basically discussing why that is. We're discussing why many people that consider themselves from moderate to even progressive will onboard many of talking points about immigration from people such as Trump, which is unfortunate. Like, immigration for many reactionary parties is the go-to sort of strategy to heighten the possibility of winning the election. In Poland, the Law and Justice Party sort of tried transphobia, and it just didn't track for some reason. Maybe there aren't as many transphobes in Poland as I assumed, because the Law and Justice just could not get any enthusiasm going about transphobia. And then they switched to immigration, and suddenly their numbers started seeing a very visible increase. So it's a topic that resonates with many, many people. Where were we? So here, immigration will almost certainly be one of the central issues in November's election, with both sides spending the next 6 months trying to paint the other as wrong on border security. The president's re-election campaign recently launched a 30 million ad campaign targeting Latino audiences in key swing states that includes a digital ad in English and Spanish highlighting Trump's past description of Mexican immigrants as criminals and rapists, which I guess it's also a legit way of sort of countering this sort of argumentation. And Trump just happens to be the person that says the most radical and, I mean, Mexican immigrants as criminals and rapists. it's basically, he's just giving the argumentation. Usually, governments, when they try to leverage immigration against their opponents, they will not just flat out say, oh, this group of people are criminals and rapists. They will fearmonger against those groups in far more subtle ways. Let's just say they will say, oh, this group of people does not necessarily fit into our culture. This may, cause tensions. This may cause increase in crime. This may cause this, that, or the other. They usually politicians, from what I know, don't just come out and say, oh yeah, that group, that's a bunch of criminals and rapists, Usually that's not what happens usually. That is not the usual modus operandi of these sort of fear-mongering campaigns. The White House has also muled a series of exclusive actions that could drastically tighten immigration restrictions, effectively going around Congress after it failed to pass the bipartisan deal Biden endorsed. Trump is a fraud who is only out for himself, which is absolutely true. Trump is both a fraud and is actually looking out just for himself. So that is, both of these statements are actually correct, on point. Said Biden campaign spokesman Kevin Munoz. Kevin Munoz understands. We will make sure voters know that this November, Trump will campaign Tuesday in Wisconsin and Michigan this week, where he is expected to again tear into Biden on immigration. His campaign said his event in the western Michigan city of Great Rapids will focus on what it alleged was Biden's border bloodbath. So again, focusing on crime, focusing on people being replaced. The Great Replacement theory is a big thing. Well, they're all out for themselves. That a platitude I ever had. That is a platitude if I ever heard one. That may be true under normal circumstances, alright? But I will make a case. I will actually make a case that in case of Trump, it is a special case of looking just for himself. Because normally, what politicians will do is, I will look out for myself while playing within the system. And what Trump will do is, I will look out for myself by basically trying to demolish democracy, which is, in my opinion, a far more sort of dangerous form of simply looking out for yourself, If that makes sense. Like, it's also about how the looking out for yourself manifests in the world. If it's gonna be, I'm just gonna sort of exist in the system, and when an opportunity sort of comes my way, I will use it to my advantage, and I will sort of, play within the system that exists. And, I will ask my base to go to the Capitol and, right? Or I will ask for the election to be sort of kind of made to be more in my favor. Like, there's a little bit of I feel there is a little bit of a difference there. The former president calls recent record high arrests for southwest border crossings an invasion orchestrated by Democrats to transform America's very makeup So I guess the conspiracy, because there's no other way I could call it, the conspiracy theory here is that the Democratic Party is trying to bring in as much immigrants as possible to change the racial makeup of the US, because if the racial makeup of the US changes, then more people will vote for Democrats or something. That's basically the argumentation being made here. Trump accuses Biden of purposely allowing criminals and potential terrorists to enter the country unchecked. So, again, alluding to this sort of fear-mongering tactic that is unfortunately universal across the world, that immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants, are all criminals that are just waiting. They're waiting in the lanes to get into the country and just start shooting everybody. That's just committing violent crimes, because that is exactly the goal that the immigrants have in their minds when they enter places like the US. It's not, I'm gonna build a better life for myself, I'm gonna get a job, possibly start a family if I don't have one yet. No, it's actually, I'm just gonna get in here and cause chaos. I'm just gonna get in here and cause chaos. Just that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the meme that I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, of course. And that is rich coming from Donald Trump himself. So, Trump accuses Biden of purposely allowing criminals and potential terrorists to enter the country unchecked, going so far as to claim the president is engaged in a conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America, which I'm not even sure what that means. To overthrow the United States of America and what? Replace it with something else? Create a whole new country? Normally they don't drop the euphemisms. Well, they do now. Overthrow. That is really rich coming from Donald Trump, who does everything in his power to undermine democracy. That is really just fascinating to see. He also casts migrants, many of them women and children escaping poverty and violence, as poisoning the blood of America with drugs and disease. I told you. I've already told you this before. The less white the immigrating group is, the more likely that the argument against them will be that, of course, the classic one is like the cultures are inherently incompatible. But the second argument will be that these people, they will bring their diseases here. That's actually also one of the poisoning the blood. Of America. So as poisoning the blood of America with drugs and disease, and claimed some are not people. And of course that is as well a thing that is unfortunately used across the board. It's not just a US thing. It's also very present in Europe. The treating immigrants, refugees, not as people, basically, but as chips, as political chips to sort of bargain when it comes to elections, when it comes to finding a group to demonize, to dehumanize. Basically, yeah, very often, unfortunately, and I am very sad to say that it's not something exclusive primarily to, it's not just something that extremely far-right parties will do. Many, even more moderate parties will play the dehumanize immigrants and refugees game if it means gaining some political leverage, unfortunately. Like, for example, in Poland, there is a Polish-Belarusian border crisis. And last time I checked, even though the government changed from the Law and Justice far-right party ruling Poland to a more center or even center-left leaning party, coalition, the situation on the Polish-Belarusian border last time I checked has not improved significantly, has not improved much at all. So it's like, you know, unfortunately, immigration is a tool that is being used by many parties, many groups, many governments. Experts who study extremism warn against using dehumanizing language in describing migrants. There is no evidence that foreign governments are emptying their jails or mental asylums, as Trump says, which is, of course, this, I must admit, I've said already that there are certain pillars of argumentation that exist across the board globally that sort of just function when it comes to the discourse about immigration, and those are economic, they will overload their systems, crime, they will cause crime, and 3, they will replace us. That's more prominent in the US than anywhere. But then we have Trump that says that actually foreign governments are emptying their jails and mental asylums to just send them to the US as immigrants, which at that point I just want to ask Donald Trump, what is your evidence of this? What is your evidence for that even happening? What a wild claim. But of course, this sort of thing feeds into the, criminality pillar, sort of, kind of, weirdly, in a twisted way. Like, what a theory. What a claim. Foreign governments are emptying their jails or mental asylums to send them to the US as immigrants. And while conservative news coverage has been dominated by several high-profile and heinous crimes allegedly committed by people in the country illegally, the latest FBI statistics show overall violent crime in the US dropped again last year, continuing a downward trend after a pandemic-era spike. Studies have also found that people living in the country illegally are far less likely than native-born Americans to have been arrested for violent drug and property crimes. And that makes perfect sense, because people that are in the country illegally will try to stand out as little as possible, because nobody wants to get deported. They will just stay low and try to sort of survive. That is what usually illegal immigrants do. And of course, they will seek ways to become legal. That is also a thing that will happen. Certainly, the last several months have demonstrated a clear shift in political support, said Krish Omara Vignariach, President and CEO of the Immigrants Resettlement Group, global refugee and a former Obama administration and State Department official. Hello, Vidalia. I think that relates to the rhetoric of the past several years, she said, and just this dynamic of being outmatched by a loud, extreme, or xenophobic rhetoric that hasn't been countered with reality and the facts on the ground. Like, because it's easy to spread misinformation, it's much harder to sort of counter it. It takes a lot more work and effort to do so. Part of what has made the border such a salient issue is that it impacts is being felt far from the border. Trump allies, most notably Texas Governor Greg Abbott, have used state-funded buses to send more than 100,000 migrants to Democratic-led cities like New York, Denver, and Chicago, when Democrats will hold this summer's convention. While the program was initially dismissed as a publicity stunt, the influx has strained cities' budgets and left local leaders scrambling to provide emergency housing and medical care for new groups of migrants. See, this is what I mean when I say that immigrants are not treated as people. They're treated as chips, as political chips. You know? Who cares about their well-being? Who cares what their situation is? Who cares? We'll just create a destabilizing situation on purpose, using immigrants as, once again, chips, and all that in order to win elections, to gain power. How do you prefer to take donations? My preferred way of taking donations is for you to join this page, make an account, and donate to me through here, through my page. Because unlike any other place, Twitch, YouTube, etc., if you donate to me through the page, I get all of it. There is no middle org that takes a cut. So I guess I prefer to take donations that way. Thank you. If you decide to donate in any way to support this Polish channel, this channel of the biggest Polish trans Jewish creator. Local news coverage, meanwhile, has often been negative. Viewers have seen migrants blamed for everything, from a string of gang-related New Jersey robberies to burglary rings targeting retail stores in suburban Philadelphia, to measles cases in part of Arizona and Illinois. You know? It's just fear-mongering. Fear-mongering that unfortunately people resonate with. Abbott has deployed the Texas National Guard to the border, placed concertina wire. Oh God. Abbott has deployed the Texas National Guard to the border, placed concertina wire along the parts of the Rio Grande in defiance of U.S. Supreme Court orders, and has argued his state should be able to enforce its own immigration laws, which has caused a whole bunch of trouble on its own. Some far-right internet sites have begun pointing to Abbott's actions as the first salvo in a coming civil war. And of course, when there's instability, because there's, of course, using immigrants themselves as chips, as I said, in political battles, in political games of radical, usually right-wing parties that want to win power. When there's instability like that, Russia comes into the picture, especially since destabilizing countries, spreading misinformation, spreading sort of this sort of atmosphere of tension is very good for Russia, because it sort of means, potentially from Russia's point of view, that let's say a civil war does happen in the US, well then, from Russia's point of view, that would mean that the US would be much less probable to support Ukraine against Russia. So that makes perfect sense. That Russia would sort of smell blood in the water, so to speak, and like a shark, and just swoop in to try to take advantage, right? And Russia has also helped spread and amplify misleading and incendiary content about US immigration and border security as part of its broader efforts to polarize Americans. Because of course, the more polarized the US is, the more problems appear in-house in the US, the more distracted the US will be, and the less it will be able to focus on supporting Ukraine. A recent analysis by the firm Logically, which tracks Russian disinformation found online, influencers and social media accounts linked to the Kremlin have seized on the idea of a new civil war and efforts by states like Texas to secede from the Union. Right? Amy Cooter, who directs research at the Center of Terrorism, Extremism, and Counterterrorism at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, worries the current wave of civil war attack will only increase as the election nears. So that's a whole other danger in itself. So far, it has generally been limited to far-right message boards, but immigration is enough of a concern generally that its political potency is intensified, Cooter said, because again, it really plays into the fears that people have, the base fears that people have about immigration. And it's not just the radical people. Non-extremist Americans are worried about this too. Oh, so the article just said what I said seconds ago. She said, it's about culture and perceptions about who is an American. In the meantime, there are people like Rudy Menchaca, an Eagle Pass bar owner who also works for a company that imports Corona beer from Mexico and blamed the problems at the border for hurting business. And here, Menchaca is the kind of Hispanic voter Biden is counting on to back his re-election bid. The 27-year-old said he was never a fan of Trump's rhetoric and how he portrayed Hispanics and Mexicans. We're not at all like that, he said. But there's a but. And the but is about immigration fear-mongering that got to this person. But he also said he was warming up to the idea of backing the former president because of the reality on the ground. I need those soldiers to be around if I have my business, Menchaca said of Texas forces dispatched to the border. The bad ones that come in could break in. See? Crime. Do you see what I mean? Do you see the sort of the picture that I'm sort of painting here? I'm a bit of an artist, so I do the metaphor of a picture, of painting a picture, if you will. You see the sort of what I'm basically trying to say is that immigration is this topic that is unfortunately used worldwide as a means for certain more extremist parties to gain power, to get into power. And unfortunately, it is a fact that it's far easier to spread misinformation, to spread lies about certain phenomenon, about certain groups of people, than to spread sort of corrections to this misinformation. And it also leads to more and more dehumanization of people themselves, of the immigrants and refugees. It leads to more draconian laws coming from nation states when it comes to immigrants. It leads to their dehumanization. It leads to them dying more and more. In fact, last year I have attended a special conference. It was held in the Polish Museum of Jewish History in Poland. Museum of Jewish History in Poland, Polin. And the conference was called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust, The Wasted Lessons of the Shoah. And one of the speakers on this conference was talking about the problems of refugee crises, the problems of immigration, the problems of dehumanizing refugees, the problems of the draconian policies against them. And the term that the person used to describe the whole phenomenon that is going on in many different countries at once right now is proto-genocide. Proto-genocide. The term refers to a situation in which the situation is very dire, people are already dying in many cases. It refers to when we have systems sort of in place, we have the structures prepared, we have all the infrastructure in place, and all it takes for the situation to become a full-fledged genocidal situation is for these already prepared and existing infrastructures, systems, and tools to be activated. Right? It's basically everything is ready. Everything is in place for a genocide to take place. All that needs to happen is for it to become activized. And the speaker on that event basically said that according to him, sadly, this situation will only get worse before it gets any better. So, yeah, that's basically all that I can say on this situation. That's basically all that I have to say on the immigration thing. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everything. And I guess, yes. Oh my gosh, Vidalia has donated $40. I hope you're able to get the work done that you need. So there is all we have. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have found myself in a dire straits when it comes to that, but thank you very much. Oh, Barry. Yes. Thank you very much. So I guess we will sort of finish on this positive note. I thank you all for watching. We have streamed for 5 hours, give or take. Thank you all. If you've enjoyed what happened here today, sort of not necessarily the subject matter, but if you've enjoyed this sort of the part of the stream that you were able to see. If you've enjoyed my sort of discussing the topic of immigration and it's how it's being demonized by politicians to leverage the topic to gain power, to gain votes, what have you. If you also like a streamer that discusses Ukraine, because I talk about Ukraine a lot, being from Poland and all, Ukraine is a topic that is certainly a lot on my lips. It's actually, I've had a video recently that has gained a lot of traction. I might even link it, because that's the video that for some reason I didn't expect to do well, but it actually did pretty well, and I will therefore recommend it to all of you. It's a video on how, interestingly enough, it's a video on immigration. It's a clear-cut example on how well-constructed immigration policy creates good results. So this is the video. The video is about how Ukrainian people boost Polish economy. So with this, I will finish the stream with this recommendation of a video of mine. Self-insert, sort of self-congratulatory, I don't know, what's it called? Yes. I'm doing a shilling of my own content. Well then, good night, love and solidarity. Thank you. I hope to see you here more often, and bye.